Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the APP Pregame Show brought to you by Head Pickleball. My name is Daniel Roditi. I will be bringing you the action all weekend long here from Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Open, hosted by Rick and Bridget Witskin. We're very excited to bring you the action today. We have pro mixed doubles as well as senior pro mixed doubles, bringing it to you from our center court, which is just right next to where I'm standing right now. We're very excited. Our first match will be starting here in just a couple of minutes. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be bringing you some great matches. Hope you're with us all weekend long. Thank you. We'll see you soon. All right, we are ready here on center court to bring you the action on this first match of the live stream. We have a matchup between, on the near court, Katie Gaines and 16-year-old Gabriel Tardio, taking on the far court Salome Davidze in the white and her partner Mike Forster. This is a 2 out of 3, games to 11. Gaines to serve. We see Forster there being aggressive right off the bat, trying to take over the court. Nice drive there, Bartardio. Nice low drive to the Forster backhand. Ball's called out. Ball's just out on the sideline here on the right side. See Tardio coming way over. Just doing a great job there, being aggressive. Obviously, you will see that a lot in mixed doubles at all levels, really. The guy trying to be aggressive, trying to take over the middle of the court. A little high on that. A little high on that dink by Gaines. Davidze able to attack up the line at Tardio's backhand, and his backhand sails just wide. Probably a little too low there for Tardio to attack. Was trying to insert himself into that point as they were keeping Gaines back, but probably too low of a ball to attack. Would have been better off just dinking that. Nice exchange there. Great job there by Forster, going right up the middle after going right at Tardio's body. He changed it up, went up the middle. Tardio just not quite ready. Looked like he was expecting something at his body once again. It's good serve by Davidze. Davidze, of course, has a great drive, being a great singles player. I'm sure we will see her on Sunday. That's when singles will take place. Today, as I mentioned, is pro mixed and senior pro mixed. Tomorrow will be men's and women's doubles in the pro divisions. And then Sunday will be singles. Great job there by Gaines, hitting a short angle volley that Davice just couldn't quite get to. Goes for the drive return, leaves it in the net. Score is 2-2-1, I believe. I have a little bit of a hard time hearing the referee, so I haven't been able to hear the score very well. 3-2-1. Yeah, too high with that drop there by Gaines. There is a little bit of wind. I'm feeling a little bit of wind now, so that's going to play a part. It's certainly harder to be consistent with the third shot drop when there's a lot of wind. The ball just skids off the line there. Good shot by Davice. Two, 3, 1. And for the viewers out there, I know most of you know what those signs mean, but in case you don't know, you saw Gaines having her open hand sign behind her back as Gabriel Tardio was returning. That's signaling that she's going to be switching with him. Good long exchange there. Davice leaves it short. Tardio using his hand signals behind his paddle. That's something else that you'll see as well. They'll either do it behind their backs or use a paddle to kind of cover the sign. Good exchange there. Won by Forster, going right at Tardio, since Tardio was nearest to Forster, and that's what you want to do. You know, a lot of you know this, but if you don't, when you're attacking, you want to attack the person nearest to you, even if that is a perceived stronger player. If you have an attackable ball, typically you want to go at the person closest to you, usually the person in front of you, but in that case, Gaines was back, so Tardio's at the kitchen line. He got attacked. Nice dink by Davice. Great get by Tardio. It's just a nice dink there by Tardio. It just sort of skidded on Davice. She had a hard time picking that up. Nice job there by Tardio, attacking both Forster and Davice that time. Good leave there by Forster and Davice, letting the Tardio drive go just long. Nice drop. Six, 3-2, I believe, is the score. Yeah, that was a nice drop there by Gaines, and Tardio read it well, attacked the next ball, but in the end lost the exchange there. Ball goes just wide by Forster. This is the second year for this Indianapolis Open. Last year was the first time they had this tournament here, and it's a great venue. This is actually a high school, and they put in 6 dedicated pickleball courts, which is really great. Not something you see a lot at high schools, but it's great to see that they're doing that here. Nice job by Gaines defending. Oh, the Ernie there by Tardio. You could do that when you're 16 versus 46. Nice. That's a great shot. Inside out forehand by Tardio. 7-4-1 is the score. Oh, great serve. Just catches a corner there. We got a ball on the court. Yep, got called. Seven, 4-2. Return sails long. 8-4-2. That's Mr. Witskin that you might be able to hear here making announcements. Oh, the wrap. Yeah, great read there by Gaines, seeing that as the ball clips the net, she knew she was going to have a good chance at that ATP. Going around the post there, was able to do that successfully, and leads to a timeout called by Device and Forster as they are down, I believe, 9-4, 9-4-2. So Tardio and Gaines inching closer to taking this first game. I do want to make mention that our title sponsor for this tournament is Arnold Meyer Commercial Real Estate. I want to thank you for their support. They're one of the main sponsors here for this APP tournament. This was left in this game. Nice drop there by Gaines. Gaines typically a pretty aggressive player. She's done a great job in this match of being patient and just dinking and doing that very successfully. She does like to attack, but she is being very patient. Obviously is working for them, and they take game one right there. 10-4. We're going to go to a commercial break, and we will be right back to bring you the action for game two. And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth all weekend long, bringing you the action from center court. This is a second round match between Katie Gaines on the far court, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio, 16-year-old Gabriel Tardio, taking on the near court here, Salome Davidze, about to serve with her partner, Mike Forster. Gaines and Tardio took game 1, 11-4. And they're off to a good start here. Tardio very aggressive. He's got a great forehand volley. Has been using it. That's a great serve there by Forster. Very deep, hard for Tardio to handle that. In the first round match, Gaines and Tardio beat Bridget Aguado and David George. Beat them 11-7, 11-5 to bring them to this match. Davidze and Forster took on Stephen Gritch and Allison Harris, beat them 11-5, 11-3. So this is their second round match. Just our first in the live stream, but they started a little bit earlier than we started the live stream. So this is their second round. I believe this is a quarterfinal match in the winner's bracket. That volley by Tardio goes just long. Score is 0-1-2. Ball was called out. Tardio asked the ref if he saw it. I think it just missed. I think that was the right call. Looked like it was going to be a lot further out, but the wind kind of held that ball up. The wind right now going from the near court to the far court. If you're watching from the court end camera. Obviously Gaines, knowing that, was able to get out of the way of that drive and sailed well long. Again, they're clearly aware of the wind and what it's going to do to some of those drives. Davidze loves to drive the ball. Here she's giving her signal. She was waiting for the yes or okay from her partner. Very important to do that when you're doing signals with your partner. Make sure that you are clear. If you are the person returning, that you see the sign so that there's no confusion as to where people should be going. Yeah, we see Davidze attacking that ball. She's, in my opinion, was a little too far back to be effective with that drive. Gaines able to handle it easily and went right up that line past Davidze. Drive was probably going long, but Davidze tried to hit it, missed it in the net. Maybe the fact that she knew the wind is going against them, thought maybe that ball would stay in, but hard to know. 3-1-2 is the score. Yeah, Tardio, just a great forehand that he did a great job with that drive, taking it in the mid-court or transition zone, drove it low to Forster, leading to a little bit of a pop-up, and was able to attack that ball again at Davidze. Tardio upset at himself for hitting that ball, knowing that it was going well out, especially with the wind. Score is 1-4-1. Yeah, great job by Gaines. Again, handling that speed up. I mean, that was more of a drive from the back line. Ball on the court. 1-4-2 is the score. Nice deep serve by Davidze. Yeah, this time was able to kind of jam Gaines on that left shoulder, leading to a little bit of a pop-up there that Forster was able to attack. Davidze choosing to try to drive behind Tardio, hoping to catch him off guard, but ball clips the tape and does not make it over. See Tardio coming way over. See if Davidze at some point chooses to try to go behind him. Instead, Forster comes over. That dink by Gaines just a little too high, allowing Forster to come over and attack Tardio on that left hip. That's a good drop there by Tardio. This long exchange here by the women. Gaines kind of got what she wanted there as Forster came over. He left that ball where Gaines could attack it. She saw it, but probably got a little too excited and just leaves it in the net. Nice job by Gaines, blocking that ball low at Forster's feet. See Davidze playing. Oh, that ball hit the net. So the ball clipped the net tape, but then on the way down, hit the net. Scores 2-4-1. Again, they're going high at Gaines, which probably she needs to just let those balls go, given the wind situation, although it's calmed down a little bit. Yeah, that ball is in. Good job there by Tardio being ready for that Forster attack. I think he's starting to anticipate as Forster comes over, has been attacking Tardio. Tardio comes over. Yeah, goes for the speed up. Forster anticipated that really well, was ready with that backhand block past Tardio. (5-4-2) is the score. We're updating that on our live stream here. Again, good job by Davidze driving that third shot low at Gaines' feet, leading to the pop-up and Forster being able to come over and attack that ball. This time leaves it too high. Gaines able to attack that ball low at Forster. Tardio trying to come over. I don't know if the wind affected the ball there a little bit. Looks like he just misread it. Tried to come over and take it out of the air. Probably would have been better off letting that ball bounce. See Forster getting really active there in the middle of the court. Score is 5-6-2. Ooh, Forster missing that forehand attack. That happens sometimes. You think the ball's going to be higher, and then whether it's the wind or just misread it, it drops a little bit more than you anticipated, and now it's a more difficult attack to make. Ooh, that's a great dink there by Gaines. Right on the line. And that's what happens. Davidze is playing a little bit off the line, whether it's because she is looking to Forster to come over and giving him space, or just not as comfortable being near the line. But Gaines took advantage of that by pushing her deep. And so that is the risk of playing a little further back from that line, especially when you're dinking cross court. It just allows your opponent to be able to hit at your feet much more easily than if you're up at that line. But Davidze may be doing that anticipating Forster coming over and just wanting to give him space. So that could be her mindset as to why she's doing that. Or she's just more comfortable a little bit off the line. But that is the risk that you run when you play off the line like that. Probably the only time that, or one of the times that you would look to play off the line a little more is if the person directly in front of you is constantly attacking you versus dinking. If they're not dinking at you, then and they're attacking a lot, then it's smart to play a little further back. But in this case, these are cross-court dink rallies. I think she should be a little more aggressive and be a little closer to that kitchen line. Let's see if she makes any kind of adjustment. She's back again. Yeah, see, that's what happens. So it's just it just gives more space for the opponents, and you see Tardio came over and was able to put that ball right at her feet because she was a little bit too far back. Yeah, she's still back from that line. Tries to go behind Tardio. Tardio ready for it. Able to move to that ball and put it away with his backhand. The score is 6-9-2. Nice drive by Davica, handled by Tardio, and Forster's dink off the clip of the net goes just wide on the left side. And now just 2 points away from advancing to the semifinals. We heard the puberty squeal there from Tardio. Yeah, trying to dink that ball back. Good job by Forster going behind Tardio. Oh, good job there by Gaines, realizing that ball's way too high, especially with the wind. Forster upset at himself for not keeping the ball down. 6-9-2 is the score. Yeah, good job by Tardio. Kind of held the ball on his paddle and made Forster think that maybe he was going to Davica, and instead he went behind Forster. Yeah, good shot there by Davica. She kind of hesitated. She did not come up right away on her return, but did a great job going behind Tardio that time. Going at Forster here several times in a row. Seems to be working. Yeah, good job there by Tardio with that forehand put away, giving them match point. 10-6-2. Tardio almost gets hit by Gaines' drop as Tardio tried to come over looking to poach. Ball was just a little too far. So they save that match point. It's a great ball there by Tardio going behind Forster. And when I say behind, meaning Forster's trying to cheat towards the middle and then going behind him on the Forster sideline on his backhand side. Tardio thinking that Forster was going to go up that sideline. Instead, Forster rolls the ball up the center line as Tardio was looking at Ernie. Just misread that ball. Little confusion as to who the server should be. The score is 7-10-2. Let's see if Davidze and Forster can try to inch their way closer. They do. They get to 8. Within just 2 now. 8-10-2. Oh, good exchange there by Tardio and Forster going Tardio's way. Davidze saying right back, hoping to get another side out. They get the first one. Tardio frustrated himself. 10-8-2. This is their third match point opportunity. Great defense by Davidze there, defending those attacks, and that ball goes wide. So the match goes to Gabriel Tardio and Katie Gaines. They advance to our winner bracket semifinal. Davidze and Forster will drop down to our consolation bracket. We will go to a commercial break, and we will be back. Please don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action from our center court here. We have a consolation bracket match. We just saw a quarterfinal match between Tardio and Gaines. They took on Forster and Davidze, winning that in 2 straight games, so they moved on to the semifinal match. We're going to be watching a consolation bracket matchup here, so this will be a game to 15. Players are getting ready. We're going to start here in just a second. I think they're doing their last kind of minute warm-up here. Switching sides. On the near court, you have Riley Bonert and Schmitz taking on Dow and Bates on the far court. Riley Bonert and Tate Schmitz won their first match and then lost their second match against Strong and Long, 11-8, 11-4, sending them to the backdraw or consolation bracket. Dow goes for the ATP, misses it wide. That's a great shot by Schmitz. They're right at Bates, Shelby Bates' right hip. So they lost their first match in 3 games and then went on to, I think, win a match in the back draw. Yep, they won their match against Little and Brown 15-6, bringing them to this point. See an exchange there against Bates. She misses that backhand. She was a little late on it, misses it wide. Yeah, great job there by Dow, first keeping Schmitz back, and then nice little forehand roll dink to Bonert, and then was able to put away the next ball as he got a pop-up. That one misses as he kind of crouched down. They call that the scorpion, I believe. He kind of crouched down, had the paddle right over his head, missed it just long. The ball way too high, especially with Dow's length. Was able to easily put that ball away. The score is 0-4-1. Missed dink there by Bonert. The ATP's open, and he's able to get it. Good job there by Dow. Looking for that ATP and executing it. That dink by Schmitz just a little too wide, giving Dow the opportunity for the ATP. Bates missing the serve there. Try to kind of slice her serve, leaves it in the net. Score is 2-4-2. Dow with a little bit of a spin serve. Drives that ball up the line, straight ahead at Schmitz. He's able to handle that ball going behind Dow with the volley block. 4-2-1 is the score. Nice deep serve there by Bonert, leading to the error by Bates, missing that backhand wide. 5-2-1. The ball's just out by Dow. So 2 missed returns for Bates and Dow. Good drives there by Schmitz, leads to a timeout called by Dow and Bates, trying to regroup here. They lost 4 points in a row there, including the side out, of course. Bonert and Schmitz came in at 4-2. Quickly got those first 2 points off of missed returns, and then were able to win that last exchange. So 4 points in a row if you include the side out. And Dow felt like it was a right time to call timeout. I agree with that. You have to consider not just the points that are being scored, but if there were, 2 quick points scored even on your serve against you, you have to consider that as points won by the other team as well. And so if you get to 3 or 4 in a row, you definitely need to call a timeout, try to regroup. ATP's open, and Bonert's able to hit that ball. I'm surprised Dow did not look for that and drop back. So we have gotten to 8 points, which leads to our change of sides here. Bonert and Schmitz moving to the far court. They are up 8-2, and again, they're on a run, still on first serve. Let's see if Bates and Dow can try to change the momentum here. 8-2-1 is the score. You may be able to even hear the wind a little bit on my mic. I can certainly hear it and feel it. Let's see if that plays a part at all for Bates and Dow. They're able to get that first point, and there we go. We got a side out for Bates and Dow. So far the change of sides seems to be an advantage, but let's see. Nice drop there by Bates. Tries to dink that ball. I think it was the right idea, but just leaves it short. The drop by Dow is a little high, but Bonert is not able to clear the net there. Just didn't quite drop her paddle below the ball enough to roll that ball. We see the spin serve there by Dow. We get a side out here. Bates looking to switch, as we've seen. Most of these teams are doing a typical stack with the guy on the left side. Nine, 3-1 is the score. Oh, another ATP by Bonert there. They got a fortunate bounce off the clipped net, off the let court. Dow clearly frustrated with this match. Let's see if, yeah, it's just things are not, all the exchanges are not really going their way right now. And Bonert and Schmitz are on a roll here. Have a comfortable lead. Dow calls a timeout. Pretty frustrated. Bonert, great job there with her backhand, two-handed backhand volley roll. Past Dow, going behind him, leading to another timeout called by Dow and Bates. They're down 12-3. And certainly in pickleball, nothing is out of reach because of the momentum changes and just a lot of things can play a part. You know, the wind, nerves, all of that. And so even though it's a big lead, certainly not out of reach for Dow and Bates if they can just string together some points here. Right now the focus, of course, is to try to get a side out, to just get this first point. Nice job there by Bates going behind Schmitz. Yeah, good job. Well, so far a good timeout. They got the first one. They need one more here to try to see if they can reverse the momentum. What I'd love to see right now, you know, they're down 13-3. I'd love to see them fake the switch and not actually stack, but actually change it just to give them a different look. I think, obviously, the preferred approach is the stacking, but when that's not working, you need to try something different, in my opinion, just to give them a different look. Maybe putting Bates in front of Bonert versus cross-court. And so sometimes, even if it's not your preferred formation, you need to try something different to try to change the momentum somehow. See, that time Dow comes all the way over to the far sideline. He's trying to make something happen, and that can happen a lot in mixed doubles and in men's and women's. Maybe a player starts pressing a little bit, going for too much, trying to make something happen. They do get a point here, but they're down quite a bit. It's good attack by Schmitz there, going twice right at Bates. And I think that ball was staying in, but she just mishit it. Again, I'd love to see them just change it, not switch maybe on this return. And maybe that's what they're going to do. Let's see. Yep. Well, they still stay with the regular stacking. Again, I'd like to see them maybe change it up. Yeah, great job there by Schmitz. Closing out this match, they go on to win 15-4, move on in the backdraw or consolation bracket. So that is the end for Dow and Bates. We will have another great match coming up after this commercial break. Please don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here, bringing you the action from our championship court. We have a pro mixed doubles match. We have all pro mix today, both in the pro and the senior pro divisions. And this is a semifinal match here. Players are still warming up. We have Alex Trong on the far court in the white top, warming up with her partner Brendan Long. They are the number 2 seeds. They're taking on Ariel Butler, usually on the production side of things, but today she is playing some pickleball. And so she is on the near court there. And her partners, Anderson Scarpa on the far court with the blue shirt. Again, this is a semifinal match. Both teams have won 2 matches to get here. Trong and Long won their first match against Mulloy and Engel, 11-4, 11-0. Then they took on Bonert and Schmitz, which we just saw them in the back draw. Won their last match, but they beat them in the main bracket. Beat them 11-8, 11-4, bringing them to this semifinal matchup against Butler and Scarpa. Butler and Scarpa won their first match against the other Bonert, Kim Bonert. That is Riley's mom, I believe, and Stephen Post. They won that in 3 games. It was a close match, 11-6, 6-11, 11-2. And then they won their next match against Amanda Hendry and Jack Foster, the number 3 seeds, beating them 11-4, 11-8. So a little bit of an upset, I guess, if you're looking at the seedings. Number 6 team taking down the number 3 team. So Foster and Hendry drop down to the back draw, consolation bracket. I can see them actually playing here on court 6.
Game number 1, time
and
in.
we are starting here. Game 1, Butler to serve 0-0-2. Good exchange there by the ladies. Butler trying to go behind Long, but leaves it in the net.
Come on.
Yeah, good job by Long reading that pop-up by Scarpa and was able to attack it with a backhand. It's a great shot right up the middle.
1-0-1.
1-0-1 is the score. Good job by Scarpa taking that ball, going right up that center line.
1-0-2.
102, Trong to serve. Again, very similar ball.
Point.
Butler missing that overhead. Scarpa saying, my bad. Either feels that he should have put away the first ball or feeling like maybe he should have come over for the second one. Good job by Long there, taking the middle and attacking at Scarpa. We're picking up a lot of wind on our ref's mic, I believe. There we go. It's a little better. Trong going for the forehand roll there, but just didn't quite grab the ball with her paddle. It just dives down into the bottom of the net. Again, as I mentioned in the last match, wind is a factor. It's definitely blowing here. It was going from the near court to the far court. It feels like it's kind of changed a little bit. Maybe a little bit more of a sideways wind at this point. Maybe blowing from left to right. Scarpa missing with that forehand, was trying to attack Trong as she was trying to move up. Leaves it in the net. 4-0-1. This time is able to put that forehand away. 4-0-2.
4-0-2. 4-0-2.
Good spin serve there by Long.
5-0-2.
Leaves that drive in the net.
0-5-1.
4-0-5.
Second server. Right here. 0-5-2.
Scarpa also using a little bit of a spin serve. Long missing with that backhand, was just late bringing that paddle around. Paddle face was still open, just sails it long. Good job by by Trong handling that let court. She was smart and just gently hitting that ball over the net, which is what you want to do when you have a let court like that is so tight to the net. You want to try to hit it back the same way. Scarpa saw an opening, but just was not able to roll that backhand. Instead, he sails it wide. Hit it too flat, didn't get enough spin on it. You see him kind of redoing that swing. Trong, she says that's two already, leaves it short again with her forehand roll. So if you're wondering why wait for this point to end here. That shot by Trong misses. If you're wondering why Trong and Long chose for Long to serve first, even though they're stacking, most likely it's due to his serve, knowing that that's an advantage, wanting to use that spin serve as quickly as possible. And so then they're choosing for him to be the first server, even though they are stacking the opposite way. I'm guessing that's their reasoning for doing that. I don't know if they have some other reason, but I think his serve being an advantage with the spin serve. Attack by Trong, missing wide. Just way too much angle there. I don't think she needed to go for so much, but she did and misses it wide. This time does a better job of getting that ball shorter with a better angle, but then they miss the next one. So Butler and Scarpa got on the board and were making a little bit of a run there, but Butler misses with her spin serve. That was 6-3-1. Trong misses with her forehand volley there, trying to go at Butler. A little fortunate bounce there for Trong as the ball clips the net and goes past Scarpa. Still, it's going to be a good attack, but certainly made it better with the net clip. And we got a side out. Score is 3-7. Scarpa also using a spin serve. I think Trong is the only one in this match not using one.
Second server. 3-7-2.
Ball just goes long there past Scarpa.
4-7-2.
I see a lot of players using different versions of that spin serve.
7-4-1.
Trong going just for a more standard serve without the spin. It's a good put away there by Scarpa.
7-4-2.
Yeah, ball right on the baseline there by Scarpa. Yeah, great return. Kind of set up the whole point, pushing them back, leading to the side out here.
4-7-1.
4-7-1 is the score.
Second server.
Yeah, leaves Butler leaves that ball just too high. Long able to attack right back at her.
7-2.
4-7-2, Scarpa to serve. Good job by Trong this time. Kind of pulling back a little bit and not going for so much, but instead just placing the ball really well at Butler's feet.
Second server.
Good inside out forehand volley there by Scarpa going behind Long. Looked like Long was maybe anticipating the ball to come back to Trong, but Scarpa did a good job. Misses with that return.
8-4-2.
Score is 8-4-2. Another missed return from the Long spin serve.
9-4-2.
Oh, Long missing with that overhead, little scorpion shot. Missed it in the net.
4-9-1.
See the replay there.
Second server.
Yeah, I feel like Butler is playing Long too much the last few points. It's like she's more comfortable dinking straight ahead. But Long is not being overly aggressive with that middle, so it's, it's a little tougher to try to go straight ahead at him since you can't really play behind him. I feel like she needs to play more of a straightforward kind of cross-court dink battle with Trong and try to pull Trong a little bit wider to her forehand. Good job there by Scarpa putting that ball away. Score is 9-4-2. Good little speed up there by Scarpa. Trong was there, but just not able to handle that ball. Even though it looks like she anticipated it well, but just didn't execute.
4-9-1.
Score is 4-9-1. This time a missed return by Trong. Let's see if Butler makes the adjustment and tries to play Trong a little bit more on her cross-court dinks. She does that time. Well, look at that. She made me look like a genius. She did a great job there going wide to Trong's forehand, leading to the pop-up. Just a well-placed third shot. Let's see if she continues to do that, especially once they get to the kitchen line. Now, good job there by Trong. Ball was just way too high there by Scarpa. Trong able to attack with that forehand, which we've seen a few times, and maybe that's what's making Butler a little hesitant. We've seen Trong attack out of the air with her forehand, and so maybe that's what's keeping Butler from going there a little bit more. See it again. This time that ball stays in. Good job. A big come on there by Trong, leading to the side out.
9-6-1.
A chance to get to game point here. Yeah, good job there by Scarpa. You saw Butler quickly move out of the way to let him take the first one. Led to another pop-up. Just great, great work there by both of them, knowing what they want to do with that ball. I think she's just leaving, Butler's just leaving her dinks a little bit too high. There we go, that's much better. I still think that's the way to go with her cross-court exchanges with Trong. I think she needs to pull Trong wide if she can. Trong has done a good job of taking a lot of those dinks out of the air, and so not allowing Butler to move her. But if Butler can just make her dinks a little bit lower, a little more shallow, and pull them a little wider, she might be able to pull Trong off that center of her box.
7-9-2.
They've done a great job of fighting back here. We're at 7-9. Drive by Scarpa. Good drop there by Butler. Yeah, good job there by Butler and Scarpa. Butler did a better job of getting her dinks down and forcing Trong to let them bounce, which then allowed Scarpa to get a little more aggressive with the middle. That's good. Good shot there by Trong, going deep at Scarpa's feet, leading to the side out. It's 9-8. Another opportunity to try to get the game point. Let's see if they're able to capitalize. Great shot by Butler. Handled well by Trong. Good job by Butler attacking that ball. Trong anticipated it, but just was not able to execute that backhand. We see them switch now, which, as I mentioned in the previous match, it's a good idea when the other team has gone on a little bit of a roll. We got a timeout called here by Butler and Scarpa. Is their first timeout. We have a game point for Trong and Long. They decided to switch, meaning not stack on this last point. It worked out for them. Let's see. It looks like I think they're wanting to keep the same formation, but let's see once they come back from this timeout if they choose to stay with that formation. And as I mentioned in the previous match, when you're down and you don't seem to have any rhythm, it's important to just change it up, change the formation, give them a different look, do some fakes when you're returning, and just give them some different things to think about rather than keeping the same formation if it has not been working for you, even if it's your preferred formation. And so that's what they're doing, and it worked out because it gave them the game point here. So now it's 10-8-2. That ball, I think, might have missed just a little long, but they did not call it. I think, they didn't want to make a bad call, but the ball was just long, and that would have given them game one. So you see they're keeping that formation now with Trong on the left side in front of Butler versus cross court from her. That's a good serve by Scarpa. Trong missing with her backhand dink. Volley wide. Now we're just a 1 point difference again. 9-10. Good serve by Scarpa. Good defense by Butler and Scarpa here. They get back to the kitchen line. Oh, and Trong missing with that volley dink attempt. Might have been better off letting that ball bounce. Now we have a timeout called by Trong and Long. And we're all tied up at 10 here in this game one. Great job by Butler and Scarpa to battle back from the big deficit they were in to tie it up here at 10 in this game one of our first semifinal match from the winners bracket. The other semifinal match is Katie Gaines, our number one seeds, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio, 16-year-old Gabriel Tardio. We saw them in the first match. They are in the semifinal match. But now we're back to this exciting game one here. 10-10. Scarpa drives. Trong and Long decided to go back to their preferred stacking formation. And they're back at that with that formation again. It's 10-10. Good drive, well handled by Butler. Good job by Butler. That's what I was talking about earlier, is trying to pull Trong wide, which really gives Scarpa more of an opportunity to be aggressive. Good reset by Trong. And that time leaves it in the net. Kind of overreached a little bit, but I should have taken a little bit of a step there with her right foot, get a little closer to that ball. That ball is long. Ball is called out. Referee agrees. And now we have a game point for Butler and Scarpa. And Trong going for too much right there. Got a little bit impatient. So game one goes to Butler and Scarpa. They take game one 12-10. We will be back with game two after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status.
And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action all weekend long from our center court, championship court. We have a semifinal, winner semifinal bracket matchup here. On the far court, we have Alex Trong and Brandon Long taking on the near court here, Ariel Butler and Anderson Scarpa. First game going to Butler and Scarpa, battling back, being down several game points to take game one 12-10. We're down really most of that game until the very end. Long and Trong off to a quick start here, 2-0 lead, but side out with Long missing with that inside out forehand. Butler to serve, 0-2-1. Scarpa left that drop a little high. Long attacked it, but handled well by Butler. 1-2-1. We've seen a few errors there from Trong on her forehand side. Good attack there with her backhand and then forehand. Good battle here by Scarpa and Butler. They were just scrapping the whole point there. Great job. That's why sometimes you just got to stay in the point. Anything can happen. Your opponents might miss a relatively easy ball. Good shot there by Trong. Two, 3-1. Scarpa trying to reach twice in a row there. Good job by Trong resetting that first ball. And it was just too far for Scarpa to be able to do much with it. Both Long and Trong attacking Butler that time. She was able to handle the first one, but not the second. 4-3-1 is the score. Short with that cross-court think there by Butler. Frustrated with herself. We're going to recall the score as the ball was kind of coming into the court. Butler slid to her right, thinking that maybe Scarpa was going to take that ball, but he called her to take it and maybe just wasn't quite ready with her backhand inside out. It's a tough ball to hit inside out backhand like that. All right, again, we have Trong and Long with a big lead here in game two. Timeout is called by Butler and Scarpa. They are down 7-3 in this game two. We're playing best 2 out of 3 to 11. We see Long has been practicing his spin serve during timeouts, just trying to see what he wants to do with it. time back in, 7-3-1. Long this time choosing to drive behind Scarpa. Scarpa not quite ready. Got a little bit of wind here, as you could probably hear it in the mics. 8-3-2 is the score. Good job by Scarpa being ready there. We got a side out, 3-8-1. Oh, good reach by Scarpa there. You're going to notice on his serve, he's leaning in and taking a full step. But as long as his right foot doesn't touch the court before he makes contact, that is a legal serve. Probably seen that from Mr. Deckelbar. Does the same thing. He kind of leans in and almost steps on the court just before making contact, but good exchange there for Trong. We see the replay. The ball by Butler kind of pops it up twice in a row there. Defended the first, but not the second. Score is 8-4-1. We're seeing Long choosing to drive most of his thirds with that forehand. Scarpa misses the return. Long giving Trong and Long 9-4. They were kind of stuck at 9 for a long time in game one. Yeah, just Butler left that cross-court dink to Trong just a little high enough for Trong to attack, leading to Butler popping the next one up and Long putting it away. Again, I don't remember the last time I saw Long drop his third. He's choosing to drive most of them. Butler missing with her third attempt. 4-10-2. Probably a little ambitious there for Butler to try to go up that line, especially with all this wind. It's just really tough to drive the ball from that close to the kitchen line and try to keep it in. Game two on the Ernie goes to Trong and Long. So now we're going to go to a game three. So exciting match here on center court. We will bring you that action after this commercial break. Please don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action from our championship court. We are in Game 3 of this winner bracket semifinal match in our pro mixed doubles bracket. We will see pro mixed doubles and senior pro mixed doubles today. On the far court, we have Ariel Butler and Anderson Scarpa. They took game 1, 12-10. On the near court, Trong and Long took game 2. And now we are on to game 3. So far, the team Trong and Long took big leads in the first game 1 and 2. This time they're actually down 2-0. Score is 0-2-2. That's a great cross-court dink there by Scarpa, going behind Long, pulling him wide to his backhand. Left that backhand short into the net. Score is still 2-0-1. This time Long trying to go at Butler. Butler ready for that. Was able to counterattack, catching Long by surprise a little bit. Score is 3-0-2. Yeah, good put away there by Long. See a missed volley dink there by Trong. We saw that in game 1 a little bit. Followed by a missed serve. Another missed return here. And Butler and Scarpa off to a 4-0 lead in game 3 here. Scarpa taking advantage of that short return by Trong, especially when she's having to go from that left corner all the way to the front on that short of a return. They probably should have just stayed and not switched, but they decided to still switch. Another mistake. And we have a change of ends here. Butler and Scarpa in control, 6-0 on this game 3. But of course, anything can happen. There is a lot of comebacks in pickleball. And of course, they're also changing sides. So again, the wind can play a part in how the players play on each side. We saw a few mistakes there by Trong and Long. Let's see if they can bounce back and try to kind of claw their way back into this game 3. The winner of this moves on to the winner bracket final, assuring them to be in the medal rounds. Good reset by Scarpa. Yeah, great job. Great job there by both Butler and Scarpa. Butler doing a really good job of getting that ball to bounce in front of Trong and not letting her take stuff out of the air, which led to Scarpa being able to be a little more aggressive coming over to the middle and taking the first ball that he felt like he had a chance on. And now it's an 8-0 lead here in game 3. Scarpa and Butler in control. Let's see if Trong and Long can somehow change the momentum of this match. Just great job by Butler with her dinks. Not able to handle that ball. Good attack by Long, but they still have their second serve here. We see that attack by Long right at her left hip. That's out. Long going for the Ernie, handled by Butler and Scarpa, leading to the Trong unforced error. Good job by Butler resetting that. And we have a timeout called here. We have a 10-0 lead. We have a match point for Butler and Scarpa here on championship court. Again, this is a winner bracket semifinal match. The winner will move on to the winner bracket final, assuring them to be in the medal rounds, whether they win or lose the next match. So they know that by winning this match, the worst they can do is bronze. Whereas Trong and Long, if they lose this match, they're going to have to win 2 matches in the consolation bracket to get to the bronze medal match. They certainly would love to come back here, but it's going to be a tall task here being down 10-0. They do get the side out, and following this match, we are going to interview whoever wins this match. And finally, Trong and Long get on the board here. I anticipate they're going to just try to be aggressive and try to get back into this match. Sometimes when you're down that much, you got to go for some shots. Like that one right there. He drove. That ball was going out, but Butler hit it. And now it's 2-10. And we see really 4 points in a row, 5 points in a row, including the 2 points they won on Butler and Scarpa's serve. Yeah, we see them driving a lot more this time, missing with the forehand volley, but it was set up perfectly by Trong's third shot drive there. I think Long would probably normally make that shot. He just misses it long. And then Trong misses with her third. Another match point opportunity for Butler and Scarpa. They were standing in the wrong side, and they lose a match on standing on the wrong side. So the match goes to Butler and Scarpa winning the third game 11-3, winning 12-10, 4-11, 11-3. We are going to invite them into our Franklin studio for an interview in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status.
And welcome back, everyone, to the APP Indianapolis Open here in our Franklin studio. Daniel Roditi with you, bringing you the winners of our first semifinal match, Anderson Scarpa and Ariel Butler. Tight match here in that semifinal match. Anderson, talk me through that first game. You guys were down quite a bit. You made a big comeback, won 12-10. What was your mindset when you were down those points?
I was struggling to make a shot. Ariel was keeping us in it, honestly, and we just said, let's just win and ugly, make shots, and if we had to stay
We
at the
have another
baseline,
medal
we'll stay at the
presentation
baseline.
for women's doubles 4-5, 35-50 plus.
Well, we got a little bit of background noise here, but hopefully you guys can hear us. In game two, so they go off to a big lead in game one. They go off to a big lead in game two again. They take game two. Ariel, talk us through what was the mindset going into game three, being that you guys started off slow, right? Those first two games. So what was the mindset in game three?
Yeah, we figured that they were going to come out pretty aggressive because that's pretty much what worked for them in game two. Especially I was leaving some dinks a little bit too high, and they were really able to take advantage there. So I was expecting them. I mean, we talked about how they were probably going to drive most of the thirds and just needed to be ready and just make shots, kind of like game one, win ugly and scramble around and see how it goes.
Right. Well, congratulations. You guys are on to the winner bracket final. You're assured a medal, and I'm sure you want more than just bronze, but we're going to wait and see what happens in the next semifinal match. Good luck in the final match here in our winner bracket. We will be back in just a few minutes after this commercial break, bringing you another exciting match on center court.
Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status.
Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action on our center court, championship court. Here for this Indianapolis Open, we have our mixed pro bracket. We have the second winner bracket semifinal matchup about to take place here between our number one seeds on the far end, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio, taking on Rachel Summers and Shiv Krishnaswamy. They are the number 5 seeds. They had 2 tough matchups. The first 2 rounds went 3 games. They beat Shelby Bates and Greg Dow, which we saw them in the Consolation bracket. They beat them in 3 games. And then they won their second game against Sunday and Stokes, 9-11, 11-4, 11-6. Gaines and Tardio had a little bit of an easier time getting to this point, winning both of their matches in straight games. Tardio going for a speed up there on a ball that was probably just too low to do that with, but nonetheless, he tried it. We are at 0-1-2. Krishnaswamy missing with that forehand volley. Tied up at once. Krishnaswamy going for the drop there. Tardio able to get to it pretty easily, but try to do too much with it once he got there. Probably would have been better off dinking that ball cross court to Summers. Missed serve by Krishnaswamy. Yeah, it looked like Gaines was a little surprised maybe by the bounce. I don't know if it was the wind that kind of pushed the ball a little bit too much. Summers going for a little bit of her own version of the spin serve. We saw in the previous match when we watched Gaines and Tardio in that first match of the live stream that Tardio wants to be very aggressive in that center of the court, wanting to come over as much as possible, as we see most of the guys do, but he's maybe even more than a lot of the guys. Kind of straddles that center line. Good return there by Krishnaswamy. Forcing a second serve here. Gaines to serve at 2-2. The attempt by Tardio stays short. So we got a side out. 2-2-1. 2-2-1 is the score. The speed up there by Krishnaswamy, handled well by Gaines, anticipating that speed up.
2-2-2.
Good job by Gaines handling those speed ups. And as I mentioned earlier, she likes to be aggressive. She's an aggressive player, and so she likes pace. And so playing against Gaines, I would recommend slowing the ball down a little bit more until there's an easier ball to attack.
Second server.
Tardio leaves the drop short.
3-2-2.
Score is 3-2-2. Ball's out. Good job by Krishnaswamy, attacking both Gaines at the back line and Tardio in that transition zone. Yeah, that ball took a little bit of a funny bounce there. Sometimes when I don't know if the ball hit the line, but certainly when it hits the line, a lot of times it can skid, just making it difficult to pick up. The ATP's open, defended well by Tardio, but then goes for too much on that poach.
4-3-1.
A little bit of that can be inexperience. As I mentioned, Tardio only 16 years old, great player already, obviously. But sometimes the inexperience can come with a little bit of impatience, maybe going for too much on certain shots, which I'm sure as he plays more pickleball. You also have that side of things, though. Great attack there with his forehand. I think the more he plays, the more experience he gets, I think he'll become more patient and choosing his attacks a little bit better. A little frustrated with himself there. Checking the net. Yes, it's regulation height. We see here Krishnaswamy and Summers going to Tardio backhand a couple times, and that is what can happen when someone's very aggressive as Tardio is. Teams will start going behind them to test that backhand side and force them to stay honest. But good job there by Tardio handling that ball to his backhand, leading to a pop-up that he was able to put away with his overhead. Good drive handled by Krishnaswamy. Tardio hitting a ball that was most likely going out. It's hard to do on those quick exchanges, to let those balls go. You're so focused on just trying to get a paddle on the ball that you forget there's a chance they could hit it out.
7-3-1.
I know the feeling. I hit way too many out balls myself.
Second server.
We saw the exchange there by Gaines and Krishnaswamy until Tardio came over, took that ball with his forehand, pushing it up that sideline. 7-3-2. Good dig there by Summers. I think that we may have a timeout called here soon by Gaines and Tardio. I think they're talking it over. Maybe they're going to wait. If they lose one more point, they might call a timeout. I certainly would if they lose another point here. Good ball there by Gaines, taking that ball out of the air right up at Krishnaswamy's shoulder face area, and he just wasn't able to handle it. Good drive there by Tardio. Now they get a couple points here. Obviously the side out, and then this first point.
4-8-1.
Try to narrow this gap. Yeah, great return, right? Krishnaswamy. Nice deep low return to Tardio. Tried to drive it, but
4-8-2.
left it short. Yeah, we see it right there. Summers choosing to go behind Tardio, keeping him honest. It's a great strategy when someone's very, very aggressive and trying to come over to the middle, is to go behind them to their backhand. We see it again from Krishnaswamy.
Point.
Well, let's see if they keep doing that. They seem to be choosing to go behind Tardio a little bit to his backhand. Yeah, good attacks there by Tardio. Just a little too much on that forehand for Summers to handle. We got 9-4-2. Now we got a game point, first game point opportunity here for Krishnaswamy and Summers. 10-4-2. Nice deep serve. Just leaves the third short. So we got a side out for Gaines and Tardio trying to get back into this game. A lot of wind. Wind's really picking up right now. Gaines going for the ATP. Just misses it wide. 4-10-2. That's a very, very, very good drop by Krishnaswamy. It's not an easy shot to hit. He did a great job just taking all of the pace off that ball. Not an easy shot to hit. I believe this is our maybe third match point opportunity. Good drive. And they take game one. Game one goes to Summers and Krishnaswamy, taking game one 11-4. Again, this is a winner bracket semifinal match. Trying to get to the winner bracket final. We'll see if they can come back here in this game too. So we're going to go to a short commercial break, and we'll come back here with game two. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action for this winner bracket semifinal match. On the near court, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio, losing game one 11-4. They are our number one seeds. Our number 5 seeds, Rachel Summers and Shiv Krishnaswamy, taking game one. Good job there by Tardio. Going right up the center with that forehand. Score is 0-0-2. Oh, a little net court for Krishnaswamy. Just too far behind Tardio for him to handle that. Again, the winner of this will go on to take on Butler and Scarpa. We just saw them win their semifinal match. So they are waiting for the winner of this match for our winner bracket final. Of course, there are still several teams in the Consolation bracket trying to make their way to the bronze medal match. Krishnaswamy trying to get out of the way of that ball, but just clips it with his paddle. Score is 0-2-1. You see Tardio was trying to come over. Krishnaswamy noticed that, and then on his next shot went behind Tardio. Wasn't able to handle it. 0-2-2. Tardio is noticeably frustrated with himself. He has been throughout this match. That's a good serve. Wow, that's a great drive by Krishnaswamy. Going right past Tardio on his backhand side. That was a beautiful drive, kept it nice and low. That serve is long. Score is 3-0-2. Great ATP there by Gaines. Summers. Dink just goes a little too wide, giving Gaines an opportunity for the ATP, which he was able to execute well. Krishnaswamy missing the return, allowing Gaines and Tardio to get on the board here. That's a great shot by Tardio. Nice lob over Summers. She hit a really good shot behind him, but he did a great job to lob that to the corner. Score is 2-3. Krishnaswamy, great return, set himself up with a relatively easy forehand, but missed it in the net. And again, we have a lot of wind, so that can play a factor on those higher balls too. The ball moves around a little more than expected and can definitely mess with you. We see that again. We see Tardio coming over again. In my opinion, a little too aggressive with that ball. The ball misses long. Feels like the wind is going left to right. Another great drive by Krishnaswamy. I don't know if he mishit it a little bit. He's smiling, so I'm not sure if that's exactly what he meant to do, but it looked good. We'll just say you meant to do it. We'll give you credit. Tardio missing a relatively easy ball there. They call it timeout. The score is 6-3. And we are, again, we are well into this bracket in our pro mixed doubles. In this second game here, both teams hoping to get to the winner bracket final. Still a lot of teams in the tournament trying to make their way back to try to fight to get to the medal rounds. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the second year of this tournament, the Indy Open. And this APP Indianapolis Open is brought to you by Yola and Pickleball Central, two of our main sponsors here for this tournament. The drive this time by Krishnaswamy falls short, hitting the tape. 6-3-2. A lot of action on that spin serve by Summers. Again, you see them choosing to go behind Tardio a couple times in a row. See it again. That ball's going to bounce back. There it is. Tardio able to crush that ball as it got over the net. Of course, on a ball like that, if it bounces on your side and it has so much spin that begins to bounce back over to your opponent's side, you are allowed, that is the one time you're allowed to reach over the net and to hit the ball. Again, the speed up by Tardio, I just feel like he's been a little bit impatient. He's pressing a little too much. We see it there on the replay. Missed return by Krishnaswamy. The score is 4-6-2. Yeah, that's a really good dink by Summers. Maybe helped a little bit as well with the wind, just pushing the ball even wider to the Gaines forehand. Gosh, a lot of spin on that serve. Tardio ready for that ball, clips the net, but I think it still would have been a winner either way. Score is 6-4-2. Good job there by Gaines attacking Krishnaswamy. (4-6-1) is the score. Nice deep return by Summers. Gaines doing well, fighting to stay in this point. Tardio's dink attempt just falls short. Krishnaswamy again with that drop shot. We've seen him do it 3 times. He's won all 3 points when doing that drop shot. It's a risky shot because you can bring the opponents up, but he's done a good job. That ball is wide on the return by Summers, leading to a timeout by Summers and Krishnaswamy, as Gaines and Tardio have tied this game up at 6. Hoping, of course, to take game 2, force this into a 3rd game. Let's see if Tardio can stay patient. That's what I'm looking for on his end, is for him to just stay patient, to not press, not be overly aggressive, but wait for the right opportunity to attack. And let's see if Summers and Krishnaswamy continue to choose to go behind Tardio on his backhand side. Choosing to go to Gaines right now. Goes behind Tardio, but he anticipates it well. Could tell probably by the angle of her paddle that she might be going up the line. He reads it well, Ernie's that ball, and now they take the lead in game 2. There's that drop shot again by Krishnaswamy. He's been very effective with that shot. Again, a difficult shot to hit because there's risk involved in it. Good attack there by Krishnaswamy. Finally getting off of 6, tying this game up at 7. You see how Summers kind of puts the ball between her fingers, maybe her pinky and her ring finger. So it's kind of a different way of spinning that ball on her serve. And we've seen her be very effective with her spin serve. The ball kicking pretty hard to the forehand side. See the drive by Krishnaswamy, hitting the tape, leading to the side out. We're all tied up at 7. Good job there by Gaines with her drop, really low to the Summers forehand, forcing Summers to go for a little too much, maybe thinking Tardio might poach, and she missed it wide. Summers' attempt at going behind Tardio sails long. We are at 9-7. That ball just misses, leading to a game point. 10-7-1. Good return by Summers. Good shot by Krishnaswamy. But that point was set up really by Summers' deep return to Gaines here on the corner, not allowing Gaines to even try to come up. They still have another game point. 10-7-2. And that ball just misses wide, probably pushed out by the wind. 7-10. Let's see if. Oh. Katie Gaines hitting Tardio with her return, trying to handle that serve by Krishnaswamy. Score is 8-10-1. Oh, good job there by Summers, being patient, dinking to the Gaines forehand, waiting for a ball to attack, and she got what she wanted, was able to attack with her forehand. And now just 1 point away. We got a timeout called by Tardio and Gaines. They still have a small lead here at 10-9 or 9-10 because we have Summers and Krishnaswamy serving. Scores 9-10. Gaines and Tardio not talking a whole lot, I think, which you see that sometimes in timeout. Sometimes the timeout is called just to simply try to stop the momentum, give yourself a chance to kind of think through what you want to do. Some teams are a lot more vocal during those timeouts and talking. Other teams, not as much. Gaines trying to pump Tardio up. That timeout worked, leading to a second serve here. Again, Gaines trying to pump Gabriel up. Another game point. Gaines leaving that dink short. Ball got pushed a little bit by the wind and just made her dink just a little more difficult. That serve looked like it could have been long, but instead game two goes to Gaines and Tardio, forcing a game three. Tardio excited there, not as frustrated as we saw earlier, but we're going to have an incredible here game three to try to get to the winner bracket final. We will go to a short commercial break, and we will be back after that. Please don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status.
One and the same to receive your awards.
And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open, brought to you by Yola for the champion NU and Pickleball Central, the pickleball superstore catering from beginners to pros. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action of this pro mixed doubles winner bracket semifinal match. We are in game 3 on the near court. Rachel Summers and Shiv Krishnaswamy taking game 1 11-4. They are our number 5 seeds. Taking on the far court, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio, our number 1 seeded team. They took game 2 11-9, leading to this game 3. As we've been mentioning, the wind definitely a factor, pushing the ball around a little bit. Gaines doing a great job defending. Yeah, great job there by Gaines to stay in the point. It looked like that ball probably would have been wide. Krishnaswamy letting it go, thinking it's going to stay wide, but the wind pushes back into the court. And the score is 0-2-2. Looked like Gaines was unsure if that ball was going to stay in or not and decided to hit it. Good dig there by Tardio. Gaines missing there with her forehand, trying to go cross court at Summers, but again with that wind, it's just cross court is already not the best way to attack, and then with that wind, we see a great spin serve there by Summers. Yeah, she puts that ball kind of between her fingers. Maybe it's between her middle finger and her ring finger, and chooses to spin it that way. Good job by Tardio there, attacking, taking that middle ball, putting it away right between Krishnaswamy and Summers. The score is 3-0, 3-0-2. Gaines trying to go for the ATP ball, probably just not quite wide enough. And again, the wind is blowing from left to right, so there's a chance that the wind might have held that ball up a little bit, not allowing it to get far enough outside the post for Gaines to make that shot. We are at 0-4-1. Second serve coming up. Summers maybe thinking that ball was going to float wide, but stays on the court, stays on the line. And Gaines and Tardio are on the board here in game 3. at 1-4-2. See a little bit of the different styles between Summers and Gaines and how they dink the ball. Krishnaswamy missing there with that backhand. We see the replay here. Oh, sorry, with the forehand. He attacked with the backhand first, and then the forehand missed it in the net. Summers able to get the first two, but the third ball was just a little too high for Tardio. Was able to hit down on the ball a little bit more, and now they are just within one. And again, Gaines trying to just pump him up, trying to pump Tardio up. Great dink there by Summers, pulling Gaines wide, and just not able to take advantage of it. And now we're all tied up. Gaines trying to defend that ball, but that ball was so deep in the court there. It was hard for her to get enough on it. Score is 4-4-1. Krishnaswamy choosing to drive at Tardio, but Tardio ready, more than ready, waiting with that backhand. He just blocks it cross court for the winner past Krishnaswamy. Yeah, that dink by Gaines just way too high. And now back in the lead are Krishnaswamy and Summers. 5-4-2. Good serve there by Krishnaswamy. Now we have a change of sides. So we're going to be switching ends here. Summers and Krishnaswamy with the 6-4 lead. But Gaines and Tardio very much still in this match. Only down 2 points. They battle back from being down 4-0 to tying it up at 4. And now Summers and Krishnaswamy trying to pull away. They're up 2 points. But again, they had a 4-point lead and lost that lead. They're obviously hoping to not do that again, trying to build on this lead here. We'll see if the end change makes any kind of difference for these teams. Well, it did that time. The wind is, again, left to right, but maybe it's also going from near court to far court a little bit. It's hard for me to tell from here, but we see Tardio kind of hesitate just a little bit. And again, probably a ball that I'd like to see him just dink maybe back at Summers. Oh, a little confusion there. Krishnaswamy reaching as if he was going to try to take it, then realizing it was maybe too far. By that point, Summers wasn't ready, and the ball gets by. And that you see that a lot in mixed doubles, you know, for the viewers. For the viewers, if you're a female player and you play mixed doubles, if your mixed doubles partner is very aggressive, you always have to be ready, because there's times they're going to look to poach, but then we'll let the ball go, and it's certainly tougher on the women because they don't know when that's going to happen, and you have to just be ready either way if the ball gets through for you to be able to defend it. Good job by Tardio there, keeping Summers back and just keeping the pressure on. Down just 1 point here at 5-6. That was a good drop by Tardio. Krishnaswamy choosing to let that ball bounce. Might have been better off taking it out of the air. not allowing Tardio to apply pressure and come in. Oh, he just misses. Great job by Summers going up the middle. Tardio not quite there to get that ball. 6-6-2, all tied up again. Good job by Summers. So Tardio seems a little more ready there for those balls behind him. That time he was able to get the first one, but then after that exchange, Summers, great job attacking with her backhand, going behind him for the winner. There she is attempting that spin serve. Missing with that drop wide to the Gaines forehand. And Krishnaswamy does the same on the opposite end, missing wide to the Tardio backhand, and 6-6 on the side out. Good dig there by Tardio. Oh, great defense there by Tardio, staying in the point. You see Gaines very excited that he kept them in it. 7-6. This time, Krishnaswamy is not even going to give him a chance to get to that ball. Tardio and Gaines taking the lead at 7-6. There's that drop again by Krishnaswamy. He's been so effective. I think he's gotten all 5 of those points. We see the replay here. Gaines gets pushed back on the defense, digging, leading to that drop shot by Krishnaswamy for the side out. Summers having a little bit of a tough time with that forehand roll drop the last couple times that she's had an opportunity for that. Tardio just playing singles there in the middle of the court. And that ball sails wide. And we have another side out. 7-6-1. Gaines and Tardio with the lead. Yeah, we see Krishnaswamy getting very aggressive, seeing that ball that was floating a little too much, and so he was able to come over and take that. Kind of took a funny bounce there. Good shot by Krishnaswamy. Score is 6-7-1. Krishnaswamy not able to dig that ball from his feet from the Tardio attack. Gosh, that return was really close to that line. Tardio missing with that down the line dink. Down the line meaning straight ahead. I know that's a tennis term, but and now Summers and Krishnaswamy back in the lead. A little bit of a seesaw match here, going back and forth. Handled by Tardio there on that exchange, putting the ball away. It's a great serve there by Tardio, really deep. Summers not able to handle it. And now we're tied up at 8. He's using a little bit of a spin serve. Kind of that pinch. Just misses again with that forehand, trying to come over the middle. Yeah, so Summers was kind of pushing Gaines back a little bit on a couple of those dinks. And then on that third one, Gaines just leaves it short, trying to volley into a dink on that one. All right, second server. Tied up at 8. Can't get much closer than this. We're in game 3. All tied up at 8. Yeah, the wind's going to push that ball out. Yeah, it looks like Krishnaswamy is telling himself the same thing. You can't really go for this sideline on the far right with this kind of wind. Good job there by Summers in that exchange with Tardio, handling his attacks and then recognizing that out ball. Krishnaswamy missing wide, and now Tardio and Gaines 1 point away from match point. Oh, and there it is. We got a match point here and a timeout called by Summers and Krishnaswamy. We saw a couple errors there by Krishnaswamy, missing wide with his forehand. And following this match, we're going to have an interview with whoever comes out on top, whoever moves on to the winner bracket final. Certainly right now, it looks good for Gaines and Tardio, but never know what's going to happen. (10-8-2). And there it is. They are able to take game 3. So the match goes to Gaines and Tardio, our number 1 seeds, taking the match 4-11, 11-9, 11-8 over Summers and Krishnaswamy. Summers and Krishnaswamy will drop down to the consolation bracket, and they will move on to the final. Winner bracket final will Tardio and Gaines. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll come back with an interview in the Franklin studio after this break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Rodita here with our winners. Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio, they went on to win their semifinal match. They're going on to the winner bracket final. Gabriel, in the first game, you seemed frustrated with yourself, maybe making more errors than you normally do. Seemed like you were pressing a little bit. Did you feel that? What was the difference between the first game and the second and third game?
Yeah, so I think the first game I was trying to do too much, but then I just let Katie do her thing and it worked. So yeah, that was it.
Right, that seemed to be the right strategy. And then Katie, I know I mentioned several times in the broadcast about the wind, and it's kind of a left to right, but it's kind of a weird angle. How much did that play a factor in the match?
It was huge, actually, because the wind really started to pick up as the match went on, and clearly, having this side over here made a huge difference, and we're able to let a lot more balls go out, and then all I had to do was just let Gabriel do his thing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, great job. Congratulations. You guys are on to the winner bracket final, which you will take on Scarpa and Butler, I believe. Sorry, I might have gotten the last name wrong, but Ariel and Scarpa will be in the finals, so good luck in that. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Awesome, thank you.
And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth. And joining me for this next match is our co-host, Rick Witzkin. Rick, great to have you in the booth with me. Thank you for putting on this great tournament.
Thank you, Daniel. It's always a treat to communicate with you on and off the mic. One thing's for sure, I know these pro seniors, and they're all incredible talents, and it's my pleasure to not be on the court against them, but to be off the court and observing them and telling you some of my thoughts and some of the tricks that they use and maybe some of the mental warfare, shall we say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great. It's great to have Rick in the booth as we're going to be showing a senior pro match here. We're already getting a little bit of commentating from Mr. Weinbach here as he's getting ready to play, but it is great to have Rick as he has faced and plays these players on a consistent basis at different tournaments. So it's great to have your insight, Rick, into kind of what they may be thinking, what their strengths and weaknesses are, what they may be looking for in this matchup. We do have our number 1 seeds, Eva Welscher and Dave Weinbach, will be taking on our number 2 seeds, so the bracket kind of worked out as expected between Mircea Morariu and Chris Kargis. They're going to be facing off in this winner bracket final. Of course, this last weekend, there was a great event in New York City that, Rick, you were a part of, and I know it was very special to you for different reasons. So as we're kind of waiting to start this match, tell us a little bit about that experience, why it was so meaningful to you being there in New York City for that APP tournament.
Yeah, New York City obviously is the home of the Billie Jean King Tennis Center, and I had actually never been to the U.S. Open, which was kind of a surprise to a lot of my friends and fellow athletes. And to know that Todd Witzkin beat Jimmy Connors in the 4th round of the U.S. Open there on Louis Armstrong Court, 1988, kind of put that kid, Todd Witzkin from Carmel, Indiana, on the map. So to be in that facility, Todd died of a brain tumor, and that was in 1998. And so to be on that court where he had his epic match that put him on the map as a pro tennis player, he actually died on May 25th. So that tournament was during May 25th.
Yeah.
And so to have that working with us along with the incredible spirit of his athletic prowess, and then for me to win the mixed doubles and get silver in the men's doubles, it just was a dream come true.
That's great. That's great. Well, here we are just underway here in this match. Score is 0-1-1. We'll do our best to, I think the score will be posted on the screen, but do our best to mention that as well. Great job there by Wambach coming over with his forehand, attacking right up the center. So, Rick, what are you expecting, now knowing both of these teams, what are you kind of expecting to take place in this match? Obviously, anything can happen, but what is your prediction as far as how maybe they're going to approach the match, who they're, how they're going to attack, what you anticipate each team doing?
Yeah, so obviously I've played both these teams and players at least many, many times, and the beauty of this match is you have kind of 4 different complexities. Dave really likes to get into hands battles and uses cat-like reflexes, and Eva's such a good power player for a woman who has really good reflexes as well. Pretty well known that Mircea's got a forehand that could really pound you off the court, and he'll go at the guy or the girl at any time. And then Chris Kargis, I would bank on her being the most controlled, resetting, set her partner up, soft hands player. So it'll be really interesting to see if the power from both Dave and Eva can supersede Mircea's powerful forehand, and then Chris setting him up with all of her soft touch resets.
Oh, just a good ball there by Eva. I think Chris not sure if that ball was going to drop or not. Chose to try to take it out of the air, but just a little stretched out, a little too much.
Cam Thompson, please come to tournament operations. Cam Thompson, tournament operations.
You know, one thing's for sure, Daniel, and that is that these senior pros got game.
Yep.
And a lot of them practice with the Open Pro players, and they're very competitive. And, you know, it's my privilege to put a high-level senior pros on a stadium court and tournament my wife and I run, and have worked hard to accrue these sponsorships. Quite frankly, the number one sponsor is a pro senior singles player, Phil Cohn. And two of the other sponsors, Ken Julian is a senior pro player, and an up-and-coming player also is Matt Troyer from Fort Ray, and then also Mike James, who's a good. These are all over 50 guys that wanted to give to the sport, and they actually focus a little more on the senior pros than they do the Open Pros.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to showcase
Right.
4 amazing premier players in our sport right here.
Yeah, great to see the support here for the senior pro players. Obviously, Dave, having been playing for the last few years, was very accomplished in the pro tour before becoming a senior pro player. The rest of them are a little newer to pickleball, meaning when they came in, they were already playing in the senior tour, but all incredible players.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times you see kind of a girl-to-girl interaction in the pro-senior mixed doubles, but I definitely know that both Eva and Chris have the ability to catch the guy off balance if he's poaching and leaning.
Try to go behind the guy.
Correct. So I expect to see their savviness play off and show all the women out there listening that, you know, when you sense that guy's got his weight on his inner foot and shoulders leaning in, go behind him and really get the point off balance for your opponent.
That's kind of what Mirsha was maybe trying to do. Mararia trying to go behind Weinbach there, but just couldn't quite keep that ball down. Again, I've been talking about the wind is definitely playing a factor here. We see Weinbach coming all the way over to the far line, taking that ball. And the wind is going to make the ball float a little bit more, and so that's going to give the guys especially an opportunity to maybe come over and take some of those balls out of the air.
Yeah, well, and the reality is, you know, 2 points ago with Eva setting it up with a nice roll drive, she's very good at that.
Right.
So on top of the wind, having balls float, her savvy rolling expertise on the drive lets little guys like Dave have an opportunity.
Little guys like Dave.
Scores 5-2-2.
Oh.
Dave set it up a little high. Mircha had an opportunity.
Yep.
Let one by the wayside.
Yep.
Doesn't miss many of those.
Yeah, ball that he normally would not miss. Probably exactly what he's hoping for with that big forehand. But missed it in the net. We all do it from time to time. Miss balls that we shouldn't miss, but that's part of the game. Score is 6-2-2.
Chris does a nice job moving that dink around, and she just got them off balance. You saw that left, right. Dave trying to move a little too much and got himself off balance. So on cue, Chris. Thanks for making me look good.
Yeah, exactly. Made you look like a genius. Hard to do.
Isn't that the truth? You know, one thing that our viewers can watch for is when it's windy like this, do the pro seniors decide to drop their thirds more or drive their thirds more?
Right.
Because obviously confidence is a big part of it. You know, Dave's known for a real consistent drop, and you know, Mirches has gotten better, and the ladies drop the ball quite well too. But sometimes, you know, when you have the inconsistency of the wind, when it's swirling, stepping in and driving it
Right.
might be the way to go. So
Right.
we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, and maybe taking a little pace off of it and just letting the wind kind of move the ball around a little bit. Oh, there's the ATP defended by Weinbach. Oh, probably would have been in the win again. A little bit of a factor there. Caught Weinbach by surprise. I think he more so was surprised by that ball more than letting it go.
You give credit to Christopher going for that. She just needed to lighten her grip up a little bit, knowing the wind was going to take that. Good step in there by Dave, covering that middle. You see a lot of guys that really thirst for that middle ball volley.
Ball sails long once again. Weinbach doing a good job of alerting Welsher that ball is going to sail. And we got a timeout. And actually, it's good timing. So I wanted to ask you, Rick, a little bit about this facility. I mentioned in the broadcast earlier, this is a high school, so you don't see these dedicated courts very often at a high school. But why don't you tell us a little bit about this facility and what led you to bring the tournament here?
Yeah, you know, it's a real special thing to have a public school putting 6 pickleball courts right next to their tennis courts. Obviously, the community of tennis and pickleball hasn't always been synergistic, but when you see administrators going in that direction, that's a beautiful thing. And when Bridget and I ran this tournament last year, we did it in my hometown community of Zionsville, and we had to paint 8 dedicated courts, and we had to turn them back to tennis courts. Well, the fact that they already had dedicated courts here at this school is a godsend. I know the athletic director, I know the high school coach, pretty tight with the administrators, and for them opening up their school grounds to allow our team to utilize their facilities, it's a blessing, and I'm really appreciative. And boy, what a great weather weekend we've started to have.
Yeah, this is beautiful, beautiful weather. Perfect day, a little windy, but weather's nice. Oh, a little fortunate. So what they're pointing out here is the ball clipped the net, the tape, and on the way down to bounds, it hit the bottom of the net, which is a do-over by rule. Now, whether Welsher was going to get to that ball anyway or not, who knows? But so they're just clarifying that's actually a redo. It's the same thing for those temporary nets or semi-temporary nets that have a bar at the bottom. If the ball comes over and hits the bar before it hits the ground, that is a do-over. Doesn't happen that often, especially with a net without a bar, but with the wind, the net does get moved around a little bit more, so it's happening a little bit more. It's happened twice today where we saw it clip the tape and then come down and still hit the net again. Yeah. Welsher says that ball was on the line. Couldn't quite get to it. So Weinbach and Welsher trying to get to a match point, a game point, excuse me, and they do here. They get their first opportunity to close out this game. Yeah, it's a good drop there by Weinbach, and again, I think the wind pushed the ball just a little bit too far from Morario to get to that ball.
Sure.
So game one goes to Welsher and Weinbach in this winter bracket final, 11-4. We're going to have a commercial break, and we will come back, bring you the action in this game 2 senior pro mixed doubles match. Back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status.
And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, joined by Rick Witzkin, bringing you the action in this senior mixed doubles pro match. This is a winner bracket final. Game one going to Welsher and Weinbach 11-4, and they're off to a 1-0 lead. So Rick, as you, if you are Morariu, what and Chris here, what would be your approach in this game two? What would you do differently? What are some things that you might be looking to do to try to send this into a game three?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I know these players like the back of my hand. I play all four of these players all the time. And for me personally, my length and my size can evolve over the court a little better than maybe people that aren't as tall. So I would think I'd look to assert myself a little more as the guy on the court, looking to be more aggressive, and that's a heck of a point and great gets there.
Great gets there. Great defense
awesome
by
defense over
Carges
there.
and Morariu. Just
Good.
not able to get to that last one.
But for me, it would be about poaching, fake poaching, and using my length. Obviously, that's not always the case maybe for some of these players, because this is probably for the shorter players that could be on the same court at the same time. But that being said, you know, Mircha's really fast and Dave's really quick, and so are the ladies. So I think, you know, for any players out there listening, to lose game one is okay, but you don't want to lose game two the same way you lost game one.
Right.
And to your point, whether it's putting up more lobs, whether it's attacking into the body a little more, whether it's trying to go for a little more depth on the serve to create an easier drive on the third, you got to look at all those options. Hitting hard at Dave is probably not the best option.
Right, right.
You know, some people find Dave annoying on the court with his sounds, and but I think he is a really good communicator. I'm playing with him tomorrow, and I think, you know, knowing whose ball it is and whatnot, he's good at indicating that, and you kind of know where he stands and you stand. So, again, to our viewers, communication is such a vital component, especially if you don't know each other that well.
Right, right. Yeah, he does a great job of, you know, kind of calling whose ball it is, you know, when the ball's out. Does a good job of that. Was able to defend that last ATP by Carges.
You know, what's interesting here is these aren't your typical teams. You know, Mircha and Chris have not played together much, and nor has Dave and Eva. But they're all four really good players.
Right.
So finding out that chemistry is a real key component. You know, it might not even be, you know, like who's the best player on the court. It could be which two find their chemistry sooner that haven't typically played tournaments together.
Yeah, exactly. Great forehand there by Morariu, right up the center. I think Weinbach was expecting that ball to come at him. Instead, Morariu went middle.
Notice the volleys from the kitchen team seem to be placed really closely to the feet of the opponent. And that's just such a good thing to do when you're up the kitchen, not trying to necessarily hit through their opponent, but to hit at their feet.
Right.
You know, I've seen Mircha today a few times hit some really good lobs. He seems like he's got a good beat on the wind, and I'm happy for some of the lobs he's hit today that I've seen on the other courts.
Right. Yeah, and for the viewers, when you have wind,
another good lob.
You want to lob when you're going against the wind. Usually when the wind at your back, it's really tough to kind of get that ball to drop. Usually that ball is going to carry out. But when the wind is against you, it's a great time to lob because you can hit the ball a little bit harder and the wind can hold it up and still drop it in the court.
You know, and from a technical perspective, if you watch the way Mircha lobs, he doesn't take very long swings. He's got short, fluid, and a little snap, so it's really well disguised.
It's hard to read. It's unpredictable. Yeah, absolutely.
Great reflexes, great point. A lot of grunting going on. It's not just me that does that.
Yeah.
Ladies into the action too. Whoa, that's a great point. That's phenomenal.
Welsher doing a great job of keeping them in the point and worked her way up to that.
Great reflexes, great respect for all athletes. They appreciate each other's talent. And,
Yeah, that was great.
You're not going to find many points that are better than that.
That was really good. That was such a great exchange, and then a great touch by Weinbach going kind of an inside-out forehand behind Morariu that was just too far for Morariu to get to.
You know, I do want to take note, because you asked me earlier, like what game plan and what lobs was one of the things I mentioned, and I will say I feel like Mirch has done a nice job in the last 4 or 5 points, because again, you have shorter Dave and shorter Eva. Not a bad strategy, not necessarily trying to hit it where it's a winner, but just to get them off balance on their back foot.
Yeah.
I think that's changed the momentum on some of these points.
And they get this side out. They're still down a point, but they're certainly close here, 3-4. A little bit of a miss hit, but fortunate for Weinbach, it stays in. Yeah, good job by Weinbach letting that ball sail long.
The commentator, Nicole Hobson, tournament administrator, was just announcing the winners bracket medalists for the women's 4-0, and that happened to be my sister and Dina Weinbach.
Oh.
So my sister's playing with Dave's wife.
Nice.
And one thing that's really cool is my sister's son, so my nephew, just won the NCAA tennis championship last week at the USDA Tennis Center.
Right.
Sorry, when I was at the tennis center, he won it. It was at Champaign, Illinois.
Yeah, Champaign, Illinois. Yeah, absolutely.
So he will be playing at the Billie Jean King Stadium and for the U.S. Open.
Right.
In lieu
with
of
the
winning
wild
the
card,
national
right?
championship, you get
yeah.
a wild card.
You
correct.
get a wild card, yeah.
Three, 4-2.
A little too wide there.
Chris caught that ball a little too close to her body.
Carges, yeah.
She's good at meeting the ball in front, but that wasn't one of those times.
Good deep return.
You
Yeah.
know, people ask,
Great drop by Dave on that.
Should they return to the guy, to the girl, and Chris just returned to Dave there.
Right.
I think you got to really use good identity of who's vibing the drops, and also if you want to try and keep somebody back longer than returning to the guy,
Right.
is not a bad play. And
Right.
it could be returning to the girl, keeping her back, because she's really beastly. But
Yeah.
in this case, Dave loves to fly in and
Right.
use his hands. I think it's wise for Chris to go at him if it's shorter. That return was way too short and got her in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly when the guy is being really aggressive and looking to poach, and if the woman is making decent drops, yeah, I agree. Go to the guy, because then at least it takes him out of poaching on her drops. That time.
A rare time where the net isn't your friend when it
Yeah,
goes over.
yeah.
It takes
Clips and sails wide there. You have a 7-3 lead still for Welsher and Weinbach.
You know, one thing I'm a little surprised about is Mirch and Chris have not used their timeout. And
Yeah.
I probably would have used it a couple of points ago.
Yeah.
But I think it's really important to break momentum runs by doing that.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'm curious, and okay, we got a
They must
timeout,
have
so
heard me.
just as you said. And I mentioned it earlier in a previous match, you know, you have your kind of standard stacking formation, right? But if you're down, right, you're down a game, you're down 8-3, you know, why not change it up? Why not put woman in front of the woman, guy in front of the guy, just to give them a different look. if the preferred stacking formation isn't quite working, you know, I always say just try something new. Just at the very least to give them a different look if they're getting really comfortable with the formation, and it just gives them a different look. You never know, even just to get the momentum back, and then you can go back to the preferred stacking formation. What do you think about that approach?
I think that's very wise. As I said, you never want to lose the second game the way you lost the first, but whether it's stacking, reverse stacking, or even putting somebody just outside the court. I'll do that sometimes where I say, okay, Beth Bellamy, my mixed doubles partner, stand outside the sideline, and I'll have to return, and I'll go run through the whole court. They won't even see you until you jump on.
Right.
Just different visibility, different
Right.
looks. People do not want to continue to see different looks that are pro players. They like to see the same thing over and over again. So that's a fantastic point. Chris is pretty good at going back.
That ball by
behind.
Morario,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
too
that
high.
ball by Morario was just too high. He just looked indecisive, like he wasn't sure if he wanted to attack, if he wanted to lob, if he wanted to dink, and he just got caught in between, and instead just sort of floated the ball. It looks like, you know, just some indecision there by Morario. And now just 2 points away from securing a spot in the gold medal match. And there it is, first match point opportunity coming up here at 10-3. And Morario goes for the ATP, misses it, and Welsher and Weinbach take game 2 and take the match. They will move on to the gold medal match. Morario and Karges will drop into the bronze medal match and hope to obviously try to get a rematch. But we're going to have a short commercial break. We will come back with an interview in the Franklin studio with Welsher and Weinbach. Back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, here we are at the Indy Open. I'm so happy to be with my friends, the senior pros, Eva Welsher and Dave Weinbach. Playing with Dave tomorrow. You know, I've seen both these players on the other side of the net many times, and quite frankly, I'm not used to seeing Eva and Dave together. So, Eva, you guys obviously played really well there against Mircea and Chris, and I just wanted to ask you, you know, What was it like to establish chemistry with Dave? Have you guys played a lot? Did you practice a lot? Tell me about it.
None of the above. No, we practiced last night. But, you know, I mean, as a senior mixed player or just a mixed player in general, I know what my role is against really anybody can be on my left side. But if I do my job, I know what my job is. And I take it seriously. And so if I can execute, then I feel like we have a good chance because then it's all in his hands.
So, Dave, as term director, I get to see and hear everything. And I heard you guys talking, strategizing a little bit, even when you were in the VIP tent earlier. And I just wanted to ask you, what was the strategy going in against Mircea and Chris, and what kind of game plan did you devise?
Well, you know, we knew that was going to be a really tough match. You know, with Mircea, he arguably has the best forehand drive
Absolutely.
out of any of the senior pros. So when I play him, I really don't want to ever play to his strength. So we were talking about it, avoiding the middle ball, because that's right to Mircea's forehand. So we really wanted to limit his touches on the forehand side. We really had two targets. Either we go behind him or we wanted to go cross court to Chris, because Chris is so consistent, as you know. We've all played against her and with her. And
Excellent.
she doesn't have as much offense as Mircea. So, you know, those were our two targets, and we came out of the box really hot there. And we have played together before. We won the Orlando tournament
Yes, just once before.
last
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
February,
Yep.
and got gold medal in that one.
Right.
Played some yesterday. I just feel very comfortable with her on the court. We're really good communicators with each other. We're always pumping each other up. And like tomorrow, you're going to be pumping me up.
Yeah. Well, regardless, you both are good friends of mine, and I'm super happy to showcase senior pros here at the Indy Open. And whether it's the gold medal match that you guys are embarking upon or men's and women's doubles for both of you, I wish you both the best of luck, and thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Indianapolis Open, brought to you by Yola, for the champion in you, and Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Daniel Rodita here in the booth, bringing you the action from this mixed doubles pro and senior pro day here at the Indy Open. We have a winner bracket final coming on next on championship court. We will be starting the action in just a minute here. We just got to see the winner bracket final in the senior pro division. And now we're going to get to see the winner bracket final here in our pro mixed division. On the near court, Ariel Butler and Anderson Scarpa taking on our number 1 seeds, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio on the far court. Gaines and Tardio had a great comeback in their semifinal match. Both teams went 3 games in their semifinal matches, and now they are hoping to secure a spot in the gold medal match. The winner of this will move on to the gold medal match. The losing team will drop to the bronze medal match with a chance to come back and get to the gold if they win. Score is still 0-0. A little bit of a spin serve there by Butler. Great job there by Butler, pulling Gaines wide, but not quite wide enough to allow for the ATP. Score is 2-0. Tardio frustrated with himself for reaching at that ball, thinking it was going to miss wide. Tardio missing that return, giving Butler and Scarpa a 4-0 lead here in game 1. Good job there by Tardio, going low to the Scarpa backhand. Scarpa also with a spin serve. Yeah, big forehand by Tardio. He's able to really kind of flick that ball, speeding up his hand through the ball to generate that speed, that pace. He was there, but paddle face was a little too open, sails it long. Score is 0-4-2. Missed volley dink attempt there by Butler, putting Gaines and Tardio on the board here. You're going to see both men being very aggressive and taking over the middle. Key is going to be the women, like right there, as Butler attempted to try to go behind Tardio. Tardio read it so well, did an Ernie, and went right back at Butler. Ball sails long there by Gaines. Four, 2-1. Oh, good job by Gaines. She does a really good job defending with her backhand there when attacked on that backhand side. We've seen that throughout the day. She's had several points like that where she gets attack on the backhand and is able to hit it kind of in a slight cross scored behind the guy. And she was able to do that again in that point. Yeah, great job there by all four players. Scarpa saw the opportunity with that ball that was hanging just a little bit by Gaines. Oh, that ball's going long. Scarpa frustrated with himself there. .261 is the score. Again, wind really picking up. Big forehand volley there by Scarpa. See the speed up there by Tardio at Butler. Butler able to handle it with her forehand, knocking the ball down at Gaines's feet, leading to the side out. Again, Tardio with the speed up at Butler. Butler handled it. Butler doing a great job handling those speed ups by Tardio. They have a 7-2 lead. We did see Gaines and Tardio start off a little bit slow. Actually, both teams in their semifinal matches, Butler and Scarpa started off down in both games 1 and 2. And we saw the same from Gaines and Tardio in their semifinal match. They were down, they lost the first game and then were down at the beginning of the second game, and then were able to fight back, take that game 2, and then ultimately take game 3 to get them to this point here in the winner bracket final. We'll see if they're able to do that again and see if they can battle back. Right now, Butler and Scarpa with an 8-2 lead, hoping to finish off this game 1. We did hear from Gaines in that interview that she definitely preferred the near side. She said it was a big difference, so that may be playing a part here. We'll see how this game 1 develops. That's a ball that Scarpa obviously would usually put away. It looked like he might have been trying to go to Tardio kind of with an inside-out forehand, missed it in the net. Tardio then misses with his forehand drive, leading to a second serve here. 3-8-2. This time chooses to drop. See if Butler can stay patient and continue to dink at Gaines. Oh, I think she just told herself to stop thinking. Good job there by Scarpa, putting that ball right at Gaines's feet. Score is 8-4-1. Nice pickup by Tardio. Oh, the speed up there by Scarpa. Fortunate that the Gaines counterattack goes just wide. 1 point away from a game point here. Could not capitalize on that one. They'll have another opportunity here at 9-4-2, trying to get to that point number 10. Great job by Butler. Oh, good point there. Gaines looked like she was just in the wrong position. Her feet were she had that right foot back as she was trying to attack and then not able to attack that ball. We got barriers getting moved. Wind definitely causing an issue with some of those barriers getting moved around a little bit. It's a little uncomfortable for the players when they feel like that's kind of close to where they're going. This time, Gaines' forehand attack works out for her and leads to the side out, but now they are down 4-10. They need a big comeback. Now they're on a second serve here. Yeah, another Ernie there by Tardio, using his quickness, anticipating that ball going up the line by Butler, taking it out of the air. Goes for another drive there, leaves it short. And now we have another game point opportunity for Butler and Scarpa. Yeah, big forehands there by Tardio, getting Scarpa scrambling. Oh, good effort there by Tardio. So game one goes to Butler and Scarpa in this winner bracket final. We're going to have a commercial break, and we will be back after that. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action on this pro mixed doubles winner bracket final between our number one seeds on the near court, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio, losing the first game to Ariel Butler and Anderson Scarpa 11-5. Now they're off to a small lead here in game two. See if they can manage to push this to a third game as they did in the semifinal match. 0-2-1. Ball's called out. Second serve coming up. Katie Gaines with an opportunity there with that high backhand. Score is 1-2-2. Good attack, good speed up there by Gabriel Tardio at Anderson Scarpa. That's what we saw a little bit earlier in the tournament. Tardio getting a little bit impatient and pressing with that low forehand instead of just being patient, maybe dinking that ball. Yeah, good job by Scarpa there, getting aggressive at the kitchen line. One, two, one. That return sails long. As I mentioned before, Gaines certainly preferred this side in their last matchup. Let's see if that proves to be true in this match as well. She felt more comfortable on this end of the court. See Butler using a little more of a roll, kind of a topspin dink, whereas Gaines likes to just sort of just push the ball, maybe even a slight kind of cut. We saw that again also in her matchup against Summers. Summers using kind of a heavy forehand roll dink, as does Butler. Ball just misses wide by Butler. Score is 3-2-2. Oh, the ball high, but Tardio frustrated because he had a relatively easy ball. The wind might have pushed it just a little bit, and he clips it with the tip of his paddle. Gaines choosing to go behind Scarpa, but just puts a little bit of that cut instead of topspin roll. She had a little bit of a cut, so the ball sort of sailed a little bit on her. That's usually what it'll do if you slice the ball versus roll it or put topspin on it. The ball can kind of float a little bit more. Good attack by Tardio right at Scarpa. Scores 2-5. Let's see if they can fight back. Oh, fortunate let go there for Scarpa. Says sorry, but we all know he's not really sorry. He's glad he won that point. But it's just what you do. You say sorry when you hit a let court. It's getting a little warmer here, but still great weather. Got a little bit of wind, as we've been mentioning. It's been kind of throughout the day has been windy. At times picking up more. Right now it's starting to pick up a little bit more. Tardio just got a little bit impatient, so he's got the advantage. He's at the kitchen line. He's got them both well back on that court, and he just went for too much instead of just continuing to keep them back. Good job by Scarpa applying pressure there. And now they're off to a 7-3 lead here in game 2. hoping to close this out. To secure a spot in the gold medal match. Ball might have sailed long. Scarpa misses it, kind of clips it with the tip of his paddle. Good drive there by Butler. That's a good little shake and bake there. Butler driving the ball. She didn't hit it super hard, but it was just great placement. Low to the Gaines forehand, leading to even just a little slight pop-up that Scarpa was able to close in on and attack. So now this gives them 8-3, just 3 points away from getting to that gold medal match. Gaines and Tardio choosing to take a timeout. See if they can fight back as they did in the semifinal match. They're talking a little more during this timeout, trying to come up with a plan. Let's see if they choose to reverse stack, meaning keep Katie Gaines on the left side in front of Ariel. Yep, they do that. And as I talked about earlier with Rick Witzkin as well, you just got to try something. You got to change it up just to give them a different look. It didn't work that time, but you're still, now they're ready to switch back. Now Tardio is going to be switching and stack, kind of a standard stack. Scarpa missing with that inside out forehand dink volley, but they still have a good 6-point lead here. Tardio missing with his drive. He's frustrated with himself here. They haven't been able to string anything together in this match. Yeah, that ball just way too high. Scarpa recognizing it, going back, even though he was switching, he went back, took that ball high. Let's see if they give themselves a chance here to get the match point. Good job by Gaines, just getting aggressive and going right at Scarpa. You got to try some things when you're down like that. Return really short. Yeah, good job by Tardio there. First covering that backhand. We see the replay here. Covers the backhand, is ready for the counter. Puts the ball away with his forehand and then has to jump over the kitchen to avoid a foot fault. Score is 3-9-1. So let's see if Gaines and Tardio can put some points together. Well, not that time. Second serve, they'll have another opportunity. But, you know, when you're down 6 points, even if they just score a couple, it starts to put some pressure on the other team. But not able to do it on that service turn and side out again. So now Butler and Scarpa with another chance to be able to get to match point. And they do. And now they have their first match point of the match here at 10-3 in the second game. And still on the first serve, so they're going to have at least 2 opportunities. Oh, good change of direction there by Tardio. It looked like he might be rolling the ball middle or cross court, and instead cuts it right up that line at Butler's forehand, and she just wasn't ready for it. Second opportunity, and Tardio goes for the Ernie. So Butler and Scarpa moving on to the gold medal match. 11-5, 11-3 over Gaines and Tardio. Gaines and Tardio will drop to our bronze medal match, which we will be bringing you a little bit later on. But we're going to have a chance to interview Butler and Scarpa after their win. So we're going to have a short commercial break, and we will come back with that interview in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here with our winners from our winter bracket final, Anderson Scarpa and Ariel Butler. You guys took on Gabriel Tardio, our number one seeds, Gabriel Tardio and Katie Gaines. Anderson, what was the mindset going into that match? What was your plan in playing that team? Have you played them before? What was your mindset? What was the plan to take them on?
The plan was to do the simple things very well, and then if we can execute on the aggressive stuff, that's great too. But really, just do the fundamentals well. Try and keep in a rhythm, keep the intensity up, and it worked out for us.
Yeah. And I've been talking a lot in the broadcast about the wind. So, Ariel, for you, how much is the wind playing a factor on this court here? Is there a preference on a certain side versus the other? How did that feel in that last match?
Yeah, it's definitely a factor, but maybe I was just super zoned in. I actually didn't think about the wind much in this match. I think the match we played before this, it might have been a little bit stronger against Alex and Brendan. It was really a factor on the side. I know this close side here, it felt like everything, like you could barely touch the ball and it was going to fly long. But I think it actually died down a little bit during this match, but I don't want to jinx it. It's probably going to pick back up for the next one. So.
Yeah. Well, great job. So they are on to the gold medal match. They're going to be waiting. Of course, we're still working through the consolation bracket. They may see Tardio and Gaines again. Who knows? They're going to have a tough match in the bronze as well. But congratulations on moving on. And we will see you guys in a little bit when you guys get your match on. But thank you for joining us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes after this commercial break with our next match on center court.
Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status. Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status. Hi, I'm fellow pickleball fanatic Taylor Hall with GVC Mortgage. Our home loan experience is built for you to get financing 36% faster, so you can spend more time on the court and less time worrying about your loan status.
Here we are in Fortville, Indiana. My name is Rick Witzkin, Tournament Director. This is Paul McKinney. Paul is an awesome friend of mine. Pickleball has afforded me the friendship, and my wife and I, with him and his wife Cheryl, we kind of came together about 4 or 5 years ago, and when we decided to bring this APP tournament to Indianapolis, boy, didn't we need some help. So I leaned on my good friends, the McKinneys, and they said, sure, let me help you out. First of all, Paul, if you could tell them kind of what is your role and your wife's role in the APP Indy Open?
So we're here all week getting everything set up. We're making sure the players feel welcome, the hospitality. Nicole at Pickleball Tournaments has everything she needs. All the facilities are taken care of. And just the number one thing is we want people to have a really, really good time. So far, A+.
A+.
And the weather is A++. 80 and sunny, you can't beat it.
Yeah, we called it up, but luckily God obliged. And tonight we're gonna have a player pro player sponsor party that we're looking to have our volunteers and our referees who sometimes do thankless jobs, gonna really treat them to a nice catered meal thanks to 4-Day Ray and beverages at a home real close by here in Indianapolis. There's a reservoir called Geist, and it's at Tiffany and Scott McCorkle's residence, and they are just super awesome people that have the love of pickleball. Thanks to Matt Troyer, their good friend, we were able to hook up a place on the water out of the reservoir, and we're going to be overlooking an incredible scenery, and we actually have a pickleball court there, so we're going to have some of our title sponsors and presenting sponsors playing an exhibition match. But, a big thanks also goes to the Mount Vernon Community School. Without their building 6 courts, dedicated courts on a public school facility, this could never be possible. And then to have 12 additional tennis courts that turn into 24 pickleball courts, boy, if there's anybody out there that's kind of thinking about that is involved in a public school system or even a private school, try and get the initiative going, because once it's going, boy, this turns into a spectacle. We like to coin the Indianapolis Open, sponsored, by the way, by Arnold Meyer Real Estate. We like to coin it the greatest spectacle in pickleball. We started that last year. Obviously, the greatest sport in racing is the Indy Open, which was, the Indy 500, which was last weekend. So now we got pickleball to follow that up. So it is a great, great weekend here in Indianapolis. We're super happy to have pro players age 14 and above, pro seniors 50 and above, some of the finest in the country. And boy, these amateurs rock. I know Paul and I know a lot of them, and he and I are both coaches for Team Witzkin Pickleball. We've seen a lot of our students. How have you enjoyed seeing your students play?
Well, it's just amazing, and the fact that they're out here either volunteering and to see their progress in pickleball and just the love of the sport, the love of the friendship, it's amazing. And thank you for kind of laying on the sword today, Rick. The sword for not playing and being more of the real tournament director and doing all the little stuff. It's just incredible, and you're going to have a lot of fun at the party too.
The mixed senior pro bracket is today. There were a couple ladies that I talked about playing, and I couldn't quite pull the trigger on that because my wife and I are running this tournament. We want to make sure it goes really well, and you can't put out fires without being 24/7 on call, if you will. So while it's great to watch my really good friends compete, I can't say that I loved writing their prize money checks last night and giving that to them later today. Kind of wish I'd written one to myself. That's okay.
That's okay.
Because there's more to come, and tomorrow I'm playing men's doubles with Dave Weinbach. Maybe it is a little mixed doubles because he sounds like a lady sometimes when we play men's doubles.
Well, it'll be a grunt fest.
It'll
we
be
know
a grunt fest.
And who can out grunt who?
Yeah.
and that's what the over-under, I'm not sure what that is yet.
Yeah.
I'm going with you.
The good news is Paul and I coach a lot of the adults here in Indianapolis, and they're looking to come out in droves to support us tomorrow. And quite frankly, I'm looking forward for them seeing the Pro Open players too, because even though there's a lot of events going on this weekend, we know first class, and we know players like Katie and Gabriel behind us. These guys are superstars and phenoms, and today's superstars might be gone tomorrow with the youth movement. So love to see all the incredible talent. I want to give a shout out to Mitch here at APP. Also want to give a shout out to Warren and Daniel Roditi, along with Nicole Hobson and Melody Woodsum, who are doing a great job.
They just rock. It's unbelievable the job they do.
Yeah, and
that's the smooth that you don't see.
Yeah, and we'd be remiss if we didn't thank our wives, Bridget and Cheryl, who are behind the scenes that don't look for the attention. We appreciate them so much. And Dave Merica, the athletic director of this school, has been there for our beck and
for
call.
Everything. For every single thing that we needed, he's here. So this is incredible. This is really incredible.
Yeah. So looking forward to this next match. Join us here.
Welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you the action. We have a bronze medal match coming up in our pro mixed doubles bracket. We have a rematch from a previous match that our number one seeds, Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio. Katie in the near court with the orange top, or a yellow, I don't know what that is. I guess Gabriel's wearing orange. We'll call Katie's yellow. But they are taking on Rachel Summers and Shiv Krishnaswamy. They played earlier in a semifinal matchup. It went 3 games, going to Gaines and Tardio 11-8 in the third, and now they are having a rematch here in the bronze medal match, trying to earn a spot on the gold medal match against Scarpa and Butler. So they are waiting for the results of this match here, this bronze medal match, to see who moves on to play for gold. Should be a great match. It was a great match the first time around, went 3. And we'll see what happens in this one. They are just finishing up their warm-up following this match. So this is a pro bronze match. Following that, we will have our senior pro gold match. And then after that, we will finish our stream with the pro gold, our mixed pro gold. So we're gonna go pro bronze, then senior gold, and then pro gold. That'll be the order of the next 3 matches here on championship court at the Indianapolis Open here at Mount Vernon High School. They put in, as we talked about earlier, they put in these 6 permanent courts. Great facility, great that a high school would do that, would invest into pickleball that way. So it's a great facility, beautiful day. Weather is perfect. It's a little windy, but the temperature is great. No issues with that for any of the players. But they do have to deal with this wind. It's a little bit of a crosswind, left to right, from the viewer's perspective. We are just in that booth right there where Katie Gaines is getting her water. We're just right in front of that. Looks like Gaines and Tardio will be on the far court. They will be serving first. In the last matchup, Summers and Krishnaswamy took a big lead both games, and took a lead. They won the first game, and then Tardio and Gaines were able to fight back in that second game and then on to the third. Good put away there by Krishnaswamy. I anticipate they're going to try to stay away from the middle, trying to stay away from Tardio's forehand. Tardio gets a little let court, gets a smile. Tardio, great young player, only 16 years old, as we've mentioned. I'm sure we will see much more of him in the coming years as he gains experience and matures in pickleball. But it's great to see. It's always great to see young players coming into pickleball, playing at the professional level and doing so well. Great exchange there from Summers, Tardio, and Krishnaswamy. 2-1-2 is the score. Krishnaswamy trying to get Summers to lay off that first one, but she laid off the second one, which was a little higher and deeper. I'm curious to see how much they're going to target Tardio's backhand and try to move him. There we see it right there. See, anticipate them. I got lucky there. I anticipate them. You're really working the corners, meaning working to the corner on Katie Gaines' forehand and then going to the corner on Tardio's backhand to move him back. I would think they want to avoid anything in the middle where Tardio can come over and hit his forehand.
Second serve. One, 3-2.
Tardio trying to go for that kind of semi-Ernie there and missed it in the net. We've seen him do that several times today. He's very quick, anticipating
2-3-2.
when he can Ernie that ball. Helps that he's 16 years old and weighs 120 pounds. As opposed to 46 and 2 bills plus. Great return by Gaines. And you see Tardio looking for that ball. Summers doing a good job of keeping the ball to the corner. She decides to attack Tardio. A little late with that backhand was Krishnaswamy. Just misses wide. He was just a little late trying to bring that paddle around. Ooh, yeah, that was not a great dink there. I think a little bit of a miss hit there from Summers. Was trying to dink behind Tardio, but instead just kind of floated that ball. Score is 2-3. Good job there by Krishnaswamy being ready for Tardio's counter. Gaines says good setup to Tardio. She felt like she could have done more with that ball. Wind definitely picking up quite a bit now. Summers leaves that ball in the net. Krishnaswamy asking for a change of ball. I don't know if there's maybe a little dent, he says, just kind of a soft spot. So not a crack. Sometimes there's not a crack on the ball, but oftentimes, especially if it's warm, you can get some soft spots on the ball, and then when the ball bounces, if it hits that spot, it just doesn't come up. So that's probably what Krishnaswamy noticed and wanted to change the ball. Tardio joking that he preferred the other ball since they just lost first point they used on the first point they played on the new ball. See a little bit of a lead here from Summers and Krishnaswamy. Gaines having a little bit of a hard time with that backhand right now. We'll see if they decide to target that. Of course, it's risky to target. Oh, we're on another lead court here. Sorry, not sorry. Especially when it leads to a side out after being down 6-2. You're definitely not sorry that that ball clips and goes over. But we'll see if they target the backhand on Gaines. Of course, it's risky because going to her backhand means you're getting closer to the Tardio forehand, and I'm sure they want to avoid that. But let's see what they do. That's a long return there by Krishnaswamy. 3 quick points here for Gaines and Tardio. Now just within 1.
5-6-1. Second 7.
Gaines says that was way out. Just couldn't pull back from that.
5-6-2.
Tardio with a attack and counterattack there on Summers. Quickly apologizes since he hit her. Of course, that's part of the game, though.
Side out.
If you don't like getting hit, pickleball's not the sport for you, because it's certainly a part of the game. I mean, no one likes getting hit, but it's a strategic shot to go right at someone's body. That's part of the game. Just too much space there. I think Gaines was too far on that right side, her right side, our left from the viewer's perspective, and just left too much space there in the middle. And the score is 7-6-1. Good reset there by Krishnaswamy. Another one. This one's a little high. Again, too much space in the middle. Good exchange there. Tardio goes for, instead of a roll forehand, he sort of kind of cuts that ball right at Krishnaswamy. Not able to get that ball back. Still have a 1-point lead. Nice. Yeah, he did a great job with the first one, rolling it down low to the Gaines forehand, but the second one, he just leaves it short.
6-7-1.
Score is 6-7. Yeah, good job by Krishnaswamy, first keeping Gaines back, leading to the pop-up, and then attacking Tardio in that transition zone. Yeah, Tardio with a 1-2 there with a quick drive at Summers and closing in on his own third to attack the second ball with his forehand volley. And then we see Krishnaswamy sail that ball well wide. Gaines and Tardio now take the lead here. Ooh. Tardio says, I was there. I was just a little bit far from him, but he read it well. He needed to get one more step closer to that ball. Ooh, unfortunate for Krishnaswamy there. Clips the net and sails long. 7-8-2. That ball, Summers thinking about that, whether that was going to stay in or not. Hard to say. Probably was going long. It's hard to let those go, though. Oh, there's that little drop that we saw earlier. In the earlier match, he made that drop several times with his forehand in the middle there.
8-7-2.
Yeah, we saw Summers there was mainly rolling her forehand dink, which is what she's been doing, but then that time she kind of cut it. And I don't know if it kind of snuck up on Gaines and she just wasn't expecting that kind of bounce. Quick exchange with a little let court there.
9-8-1.
Score is 9-8-1. Let's see if they can. Yeah. Now we got a game point. Still no timeout. surprised that there's not a timeout called by Gaines and Tardio. We got game point. It was there. I think Summer saw the opening. See that spin serve there, giving Gaines a little bit of trouble. There's that roll. Yeah, I think that's a mistake to go to that middle ball there. Tardio's kind of sitting on that. I think she'd be better off going either at Tardio's right hip or going behind him altogether up the line. Yeah, good job there by Shiv, Krishnaswamy, taking that ball out of the air before Gaines could recover and get back into the court. Krishnaswamy missing with that dink, calls Summers off, and but just misses with the inside out forehand. So now just a 1-point game here. There she goes behind Tardio. She's got to be careful. Gaines excited to be able to tie that game up at 10. There's a drop, it just, ooh. Shiv misses that wide. And now we have a game point for Gaines and Tardio at 11-10-2. Oh, that ball floats wide. And Gaines and Tardio come back and take game one 12-10 after being down a couple game points, excuse me. So we're going to have a brief commercial break, and then we will be back with game two of this bronze medal match. Back after this. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open, brought to you by SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP, and Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore, catering from beginners to pros. So we are here in game two of this bronze medal match in the pro mixed bracket with Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio taking on the first game, defending a couple of game points at 10-8, able to come back and win that first game 12-10. Now we're in game 2. Oh, that ball was probably going to sail wide that Summers hit. And then maybe thought because the ball was high, she was going to be able to put it away. But instead, Tardio was able to defend and counterattack into the open court. Great job there by Summers going behind Tardio. Again, that's the way you have to deal with him. You can't really go in the middle too much because he's ready with that forehand. Gaines goes for the ATP there, just under Krishnaswamy's paddle. Score is 1-0-2. That was very close there on that baseline. I wasn't even sure if it was in or not, and I'm sitting right on it. But ball was called in by Tardio. See that ball in the middle. You got to go more to the corners. Yeah, the ball's just floating in the middle. Starting to see in the outer courts here some players playing a little bit of women's doubles, preparing for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be our men's and women's doubles. So some teams are choosing to practice a little bit, getting some practice games in before tomorrow. And then Sunday we will see some singles action, which I love. Yeah, good attack there by Tardio. Score is 1-1-1. Yeah, Tardio recognizing that ball and taking a good job by Gaines to stay in that point, keeping the ball in play. Missed drive there by Tardio. 2-1-2. Ball's just out on the return.
3-1-2. Side out.
Oh, great serve there by Krishnaswamy. Very, very deep. Right on that baseline, giving Tardio a really difficult time. Again, back-to-back, big serves. Oh, just misses with that ball. Probably should have just kept going straight ahead at Gaines as she was back. I don't know if he thought that Tardio was maybe going to try to come over and look for that poach. Decided to try to go behind Tardio and just missed it in the net. Yeah, good job there by Summers and Krishnaswamy to attack and push Gaines back.
3-3-2.
Score is 3-3-2. Having to move around a little bit here in the booth. We got the sun starting to creep in.
3-3-1.
Good defense there by Tardio. Comes way over. Oh.
Second server. Side out.
Score is 3-3-2.
Side out. 3-3-1.
Yeah, great job by Gaines once again. Going for that ATP. Krishnaswamy able to defend it, but Tardio coming over and taking that ball and putting it in the open court. We've seen Gaines hit that ATP several times today. And again, that's what happens. You're trying to keep it away from the Tardio forehand in the middle. So sometimes you push it a little too far. A little too far on the forehand side of Gaines, giving her an opportunity for the ATP there.
5-3-1.
Good volley there by Krishnaswamy. Tardio kind of re-looking at that spot, wondering if it was stayed in. Yeah, good shot there by Krishnaswamy, taking that middle ball and attacking right up that center line. Probably a little too far for Tardio to come over on that ball.
4-5-1.
All right, game's tied up here at 5.
5-5-1.
Great. Oh, that was almost a great dig there by Krishnaswamy, but just misses wide. Good job there going behind Tardio. Tardio going for the lob that we saw him hit earlier in the match, or in the day, sorry. But this time, just too much wind. Just unfortunate there for Krishnaswamy clipping the net, but stays on his side.
5-6-1.
Scores 5-6-1.
Second server.
Good job keeping Gaines back. Pulled her really wide off the court there.
5-6-2.
Just kind of ran into me. Summers frustrated with herself. She had a chance there with that forehand. Got what she wanted. 6-6-2. Good defense there by Gaines. Oh, just out.
Side out.
Try and defend that attack by Krishnaswamy and just misses it long.
6-6-1.
Good drive by Summers.
Point. Seven, 6-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Tardio sitting on that backhand there, ready.
7-6-2. Side out.
6-7-1. Yeah, Tardio anticipating that ball. Krishnaswamy frustrated with himself for not going behind Tardio. Probably thought Tardio might come over, and he was correct. Yeah, great playing there by Tardio. Doing a great job covering the court. Timeout is called by Krishnaswamy and Summers. Gaines and Tardio have retaken the lead here in game 2. They're up 1 game, winning the first 12-10, and up a point here in game 2, 8-7.
Time in. 8-7-1.
8-7-1. Up to this point, we've seen Gaines playing great defense, keeping the ball in play, and Tardio being very aggressive, very effective. Oh, there he was again. It's a very similar point, but this time leaves it in the net.
Second server. Seven, 8-2. Point.
All right, tied up now. Got a free point there. Did Summers on her serve off of Tardio's missed return. Summers being careful with that Tardio forehand. Yeah, good job there that time. She's able to attack. Gaines defending the first, but popping it up to Krishnaswamy, and he was able to counter again, right back at her. She just wasn't ready. Krishnaswamy read that well, just was just a one step too slow to get to that ball. Maybe he thought the ball was going to be a little closer to him. Instead, we have a side out. So they got stopped at 9, and now it's 8-9-1. ATP, nope, not this time. No call on that. Very, very close.
9-9-1.
Gaines just misses with that
Timeout call on the receiving side.
dink volley. Timeout is called by Gaines and Tardio. We have a game point for Summers and Krishnaswamy. Of course, they had a game point in game 1, had a couple opportunities, were not able to capitalize, and lost that first game 12-10. Let's see if they can manage to get this next point, close out this game 2, and send this into a decisive game 3. Again, in their previous matchup earlier in the day at the semifinal, they also went 3 games.
Time in. 10-9-1.
Good attack there by Summers, and so they take game 2 here, going to Summers and Krishnaswamy. So sending this to a game 3 in this bronze medal match. We're going to have a commercial break, and we will be back to bring you game 3 on this bronze medal match. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, bringing you this bronze medal match for our pro mixed doubles here. On the far court, we have Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio. They took game 1, 12-10. On the near court, we have Rachel Summers and Shiv Krishnaswamy. They took game 2, 11-9. So very, very close games, both 1 and 2. Let's see what happens here in game 3. I expect this to be a close game as well. But it's pickleball, so anything can happen. It could be 14-12 or it could be 11-0. Never know. Yeah, great job there by Krishnaswamy going behind Tardio, noticing he was leaning into the middle, able to make him kind of scramble, pop the ball up, and then he was able to put that ball away. Miss serve there by Summers. Fortunate net clip there for Summers. Leads to the ball into the net there by Gaines. We have a big lead here by Summers and Krishnaswamy. And leading to the end change here at 6-0. And as I said, this could go 11-0, or this could be a 16-14 game 3. Never know in pickleball. It's such a game of runs. One team can get hot, can get the momentum. And in very much the same way right now as we switch ends, we know from the interview, Katie Gaines likes being on this near court. Let's see if that helps her at all, and Gabriel Tardio to try to get back into this game 3 and not let it get too far out of reach for them. 6-0-2.
Seven zero two.
7-0-2. And now we have a missed return. You just see with body language right now for Tardio and Gaines. They need to get this side out. Well, they got the side out right there. And now they need to try to string some points together, even a few points. 3 points can start applying a little bit of pressure to their opponents. And that ball goes long. Tardio kind of throws his hands up in the air. It's probably the right idea, but just misses it long. That ball misses long. 1-8. Quick point there. We had a missed return, 2 missed returns in a row. So I would expect Tardio to still be aggressive with his serve. Try to generate some free points. And we have a side out. So only able to get 2 points. They need to obviously hold them here and see if they can inch closer. Oh, and Krishnaswamy reading Tardio really well as Tardio was looking to come over far into Katie Gaines' side. Krishnaswamy going behind him into the open court. And everything seems to be going the way of Summers and Krishnaswamy this time around, and now they have match point to get to the gold medal match. Let's drop. Oh, the wind just kind of blowing that ball over the place. So the bronze medal goes to Katie Gaines and Gabriel Tardio on a tough 3-game match. Goes to Rachel Summers and Shiv Krishnaswamy. They move on to the gold medal match to take on Anderson Scarpa and Ariel Butler. We will bring you that match in a little while. After this commercial break, we have our Senior Pro Mixed Doubles Gold. We will have an interview. Then we will bring you the Senior Pro Gold Medal match, and then we will bring you the Pro Gold Medal match after that. Quick break. We'll come back to the studio with an interview. Back after this. and welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here with our winners from the bronze medal match. Shiv Krishnaswamy and Rachel Summers were able to exact revenge on their opponents there. So, Rachel, what was the difference? You played this team in the semifinal match, and you guys lost in 3, were able to win in the bronze. What do you feel like was the difference between those 2 matches?
Honestly, both matches were really close and could have gone either way. I think this time we just closed a little bit better, a little more patient, found the openings. That's about it.
Yeah. It's all about execution, right? So moving on to the gold medal match, Shiv, you have Anderson Scarpa and Ariel Butler. You guys have not played them today, but what are you looking for? What are you anticipating from them, and what are you looking to do for your team?
Yeah, so Anderson and Ariel, they're very solid, just consistent players, and I think Rachel and I are as well. So I think our plan is just to kind of grind and pick the smart plays, try not to go too much,
Right.
and just take advantage of the small opportunities that we get. And then, like Rachel said, if we can get on a roll, if we can close out a couple games, we want to finish off strong again as well, and that's probably what's most important to us.
Great. Well, good luck advancing to the gold medal match. Coming on next after our short commercial break, we have our Senior Pro Mixed Gold match, so don't go anywhere. We're going to come back after a couple of commercials, back with that match, bringing you more action here from Indianapolis. Indianapolis Open, brought to you by SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP, and Pickleball Central, the pickleball superstore catering from beginners to pros. And we are here, joined in the booth by Mr. Rick Witzkin once again. We have a little of a rematch here of the match that we saw earlier in the Senior Pro Mixed Doubles. This is going to be a gold medal match. Rick, great to have you back in the booth. What are you looking forward to in this matchup here? What do you think is going to be different maybe from the first time we saw these teams play? I think we talked a little bit about it during their match, but what do you anticipate will be maybe different this time?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, people.
Yes.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. We are here in sunny Fortville, Indiana, with 4 of the best senior pros I've ever seen. And they're pretty good-looking people. They got charismatic personalities. And it is my pleasure to be on the air with you, Mr. Rodin. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Great to have you.
To answer your question, if there isn't a change of game plan, there's a problem.
Right.
Because game, set, and match went to Eva and Dave in a pretty convincing style the last time we were on air about 3 hours ago. I happen to know that Mirch and Chris are bright, intelligent tacticians, and I did not talk to them about what their game plan change is going to be.
Right.
I know what I would do
Yeah.
if I was playing Eva and Dave, but I'm not going to share that with our viewers in case some of them might be senior pros. I know exactly what to do to beat Dave Weinbach. It's happened plenty of times, but I'm not sharing it today.
Rick, of course, playing with Dave tomorrow in the Senior Pro Men's Doubles. Having a little fun with him.
That's one thing you can do, is rip it on the line.
Rip a Mircha forehand up that line behind Dave. That was great.
A little less windy today, this afternoon.
Yeah, it has definitely died down here in the last, I would say, 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes. Good attack there by Mirari right at Welsher, just not able to get out of the way.
You kind of know it's coming, right?
Yep.
If you're sitting in Eva's shoes, you know that if Mircha gets a forehand,
yep,
he's going
coming
for
at
tattoo
ya.
lands.
Yeah.
But it's also really tough to get out of the way on those in that short period of time.
Yeah. You're thinking of getting a paddle on the ball, and then when you realize it's actually, high enough to be out, then sometimes it's just too late. Too much happening too fast. Missed serve there by Welsher. They're down early here, 0-3. So a little bit of a slow start here for Welsher and Weinbach, but long match. So they, of course, coming through the winner bracket, which means it means Cargis and Mirari are going to have to beat them twice, essentially, right? 2 out of 3, and then have to take that tie break. And so what is your mindset when you're coming from the winner's bracket? Do you try not to think about that at all, just so that you can focus on, hey, we're just going to beat them. We're not going to think about how, that they have to beat us twice. What is your mindset, Rick, if you're coming through the winner's bracket as opposed to coming through the back draw?
Yeah, that's a great question. And certainly the comment of having it in your back pocket, the game to 15, is something that's been expressed by a number of pros and amateurs. Personally, because I've been involved in a lot of these in the last year, I don't really like to be from the winner's bracket thinking about that at all.
Right.
I like to be thinking about, okay, what did I do to beat every team in this main draw?
Right.
And let's continue to do it and see if we can do it better.
Right.
I had the good fortune of playing with Beth Bellamy in New York last weekend, and We won the mixed doubles, beat Dave, beat Mircha, and it wasn't about, you know, can we beat them twice? It was literally, can we continue to expand our games every match, and we had good results. So I think it's, you know, a good fortune if you end up losing and coming out. And I will say that having the delay and the time off as the winner's bracket winner, waiting for that fourth match to play and then the bronze to play, it's a little taxing to get your body revved up 2 hours later. And I think there's probably a lot of first games lost by the winner's bracket team.
Yeah, it's kind of a slow start. It can be kind of typical, right. They're creeping back in there. There's only a 1 point difference here.
A little too high.
Good shot there by Morariu, putting that forehand away.
You know, and it's not that even Chris can't finish with their backhands. It's just if you put anything up in the air in the middle with Dave and Mircha, they're going to pounce on their forehands. You just know that. So you really got to, if you make a little bit too high, better be to the corners, or you're in big trouble. Looked like a little bit of a stare there. Did you see that, Daniel?
From Morariu?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Gotta like that juice.
Get a little action here. Weinbach, not sure if the previous point of the ball was going out. Told Welcher to help him on those. It's kind of tough though too, as a partner. So you're trying to, I mean, you want to yell no, but sometimes things are happening pretty fast.
Two, 4-1. Great hands reset.
Yeah.
Chris
yeah,
is really good at resetting, but
yeah, that
Dave's
one was just
still,
too tough. Yeah.
Too tough. You know, one thing I want to address, something that happened to my good friend Dan Granat twice today, is a rule in that you can ask, am I the correct server, correct side? But especially for us seniors playing in a long day, you can forget about that. And I really hope next year they change the rule that if an official sees players on the wrong side, wrong server receiver, that they just correct it.
Right.
I know most of the players I've talked to are very much in favor of that.
Yeah.
And there's a rule violation there. Chris Carr's foot on the on the kitchen line.
Yeah, her foot was on the line, then kind of slid it back after contact, but obviously it was too late.
Dan was in the game to 15, and it happened at 13-all.
Oh.
And he was also in another game at 9-10 in the third. It happened again to him and his first-time partner.
Oh, yeah. Ball's called out. 5-4-1. Cargis and Morariu.
You know, we all would agree that using your legs on the drops and the drives is so important. It's just interesting as you start a morning bracket and then you get later into the afternoon. Are they still working the same?
Yeah, yeah,
Those knees
exactly.
greased.
Yeah.
I remember playing Daniel Roditi in a singles match at the Nationals. It was
Yeah,
like the seventh hour.
bronze medal match.
It was awesome. And
you had a battle with Rob Davidson, I think, on center court that went 3 games.
Yep.
I was happy to see it go 3 games.
I'm sure you were. It's a really nice angle there from Chris.
Yeah, good ball.
Slightly off balance.
Deep to the Welcher forehand there.
Football on the serve. It's a pretty rare
Football called on the serve.
Stepped on the line on the serve.
Not something you see very often, but great job by the referee to be watching for that. Normally they're, you know, watching the kitchen line, but
Obviously, you can foot fault on the serve as well. Oh, it just overhits that ball.
Yeah, it's a good reach, good time
It
to go
was,
after it.
it was. Just he was a little bit early on it, just pulled it too far.
When you snap your wrist like that, you got to make sure that paddle head angle's down to get that thing. Otherwise, it kind of shoots out like a wild firework.
Well, are you ready for that? Jumped on that middle ball. Yeah, good call there by Weinbach and for Welsher to let that ball go. Especially when they're moving kind of slow, sometimes it's tempting to swing at them.
4-6-1.
You guys probably noticed that these players do a pretty good job of keeping that ball below the net when their opponents are at the kitchen. But boy, when one floats a little bit like that last point,
right.
It's pretty much game over on that point. Too high once again.
Yeah, way too much. Just overswung at that ball. Looks like she was maybe trying to roll it, just didn't quite roll. Paddle face was a little open.
6-6-1.
Yeah, just left that first one hanging there for Morariu. Was able to kind of attack with a 1-2 backhand forehand.
Dave was fortunate to get one of those back, but getting two of those back is next to impossible.
Right. And that's one of the things I'll mention here after this point. Like Welsher might have had a chance at the ATP there.
The wind would have helped.
Oh, yeah.
Backhand.
Karj is just sitting on that backhand there, anticipating the speed up from Weinbach. Read it well, put it behind him. Just a little late on that backhand. I don't know if she hesitated and wasn't sure where she wanted to go with it, and then it was a little late with it.
Yeah, and going cross court is a tough proposition with a backhand from the right even side.
Right.
I do like
kind of an
Chris
inside
grunt.
out backhand, yeah.
She's got a little grunt going, which is something I certainly enjoy. You know, I think a lot of people don't understand why people might grunt. I can tell you I grunt because I learned it in tennis, and just helps me kind of stay relaxed, and it's almost like a conditioned response.
Right.
Chris, tennis background as well, probably learned that the same.
Right.
Dave might grunt a little more being an entertainer. You have to ask him.
That's why he also does a 360 spin every time he hits a backhand volley.
Eva's been known to have some good grunts out there on the court.
Yeah, I'm a kind of a grunter myself, so especially the more tired I get, the more I grunt.
It's a good subliminal message to send to yourself. Hey, you're still in it. You're still locked in. You're
Yeah,
still
that's
motivated.
right. Despite the very loud yell by Weinbach.
I perceive that Eva probably heard him, but maybe it was just a little too late.
Yeah.
I think that was going out when Dave played.
Maybe, yeah.
The wind's a little tricky here this afternoon because it is swirling a little bit.
It's kind of going in different directions. It's been going kind of coming left to right on the viewer's perspective. Has also gone from the near court to the far court. Pushed up with the left foot. So there's a footfall call there on Morari. We're going to see you see his left foot on that line. And so as he pushed off, even though by the time he hit the ball, he was well behind the kitchen line, that left foot never touched down outside the kitchen line before he hit that overhead. That's why that ball got called. That football got called. Oh.
You know,
just going for that
as far as
ATP, just missed it.
the senior pros and foot faults on the overheads, the majority of matches I've been in where there's been a foot fault and an overhead has been exactly that. The push-off foot came into the kitchen to go back.
Right, and then it never touches down before contact.
Yeah, in fact, I played a match with Dave in the Texas Open last year, and he had 4 violations in our first set against Scott Moore. And,
he got called twice in Mesa when I was watching. Same thing, same exact thing, just a push off.
Nice
good
ATP.
defense, Carges.
Oh. Very good point. Very good point. Good ATP, good defense.
Yeah, that was a great point.
Entertainment value is still very much alive with the senior pros.
8-7-2 is the score. A lob serve there by Weinbach.
Risky.
Yeah, especially with the wind like that.
Yeah. A high floating serve lob.
Yeah.
Windy conditions, tough to calibrate.
Yeah.
Landed on the line.
Yeah, it worked out for them.
Watch Chris's knee bench. He does such a good job of getting down and up on those rescuing of low balls. Such a good resetter.
Seven, 9-1 is the score.
Richard cut it a little too close.
Yeah.
After Eva there. Go too tight on the net with windy conditions. A lot of times you get burned.
Yeah. Good
Eva did a good
return
little
there
slice
by
return
Welcher.
there. Pulled away from Carges. Excellent.
We have an offensive timeout here called by Weinbach and Welcher as they are trying to inch closer here to taking game 1. We're starting to see that a little bit more, the offensive timeouts, where you get the side out, you're about to serve, you have the lead. Maybe, and it usually happens when you're close to closing it out, right? Like 9 or 10, maybe you've been stuck there at that number for a while. And so we're starting to see that a lot more, that offensive timeout. Is that something that you've been using, Rick, when you're playing now, is thinking about taking a timeout when you're on offense, meaning you have the lead and you get the side out?
Yeah, and you just hit the nail on the head with the last summation. When you have a lead and you're stuck there and you keep side out at 9 and 10, it makes a whole lot of sense.
Right.
Say, okay, I'm going timeout. I'm going to talk to my partner. Sometimes just having a game plan for the next 2 shots gets you less out of the nerve zone of finishing it out, because we all know that finishing a game or a set or a match is one of the toughest things to do mentally. So coming up with a game plan, I want to employ our listeners to do that in that scenario.
Yeah.
It's a wise tactic.
Right. What do we want to do with our third, right? Where are we dropping?
Carr just really defends that middle ball well with her backhand.
Right.
She loves that two-hander.
Second server.
Ooh. It's a uncharacteristic missed serve there by Welsher. Coming after that timeout, so that time it didn't quite work out for them. That does not mean it's not a good idea to call those offensive timeouts.
Good low drive there.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, here, Weinbach saying to return to Chris, but Morario still comes over.
You know, and that happens a lot
Yeah.
in mixed doubles where you have the intention of returning possibly to the woman, and the guy goes over and takes 80% of the court.
Yeah, of course.
But at least then you've got him out of position.
Right.
Even if they do take it.
Right. That's in.
Wow, that is a phenomenal lob.
Wow, that was a great lob.
Something I've been impressed with Mircha today is just his ability to understand the winds and the progression and lob in an effective manner.
Oh, a little impatient there by Morario, in my opinion.
It's too
might
low.
have been, might have been better off just continuing to dink with Weinbach, or at least dink straight ahead to Welsher. Kind of went for a speed up, and it was kind of a cut, so it's hard to kind of really get that ball over the net. Yeah, much better that time, using his forehand. It's obviously his preferred side, was able to roll the ball a little bit better, putting it on Welsher and jamming her a little bit.
Evie caught that one too close to her body, which popped it up. She knew it. Lead court action.
Yeah.
Getting some grunts out of everybody in this match.
Right, right. It's contagious sometimes, right? Ooh.
Althoff Merchant, my good friend, he and I played Dave Weinbach and Kyle Yates in Chicago a couple years ago in the finals, and it was quite a grunt fest.
I was going to say that must have been a very loud match to watch.
And we're all friends, and you know, Kyle was the one that really wasn't grunting much, and good point here.
Oh, great.
Tip the net.
ATP.
Yeah,
ATP's open.
Fantastic.
Morario excited there. Weinbach just goes way too wide with that dink, allowing, but that was a very tight ATP there. I mean, he was so close to the post.
Winning team calling the timeout.
There we see it. Offensive timeout, with a game point.
So to finish what I was saying earlier, Althoff and I were in a really tight battle with Dave and Kyle, and you know, the grunting that was going on. It was a really, really hot day, but regardless, Kyle came to me on a changeover and he said, Rick, he's like, why are you grunting so loud? Your serve's so weak. I said, Kyle, that's a good point, but perhaps you think it's coming a little faster than not so weak. I actually inside was chuckling, but I wanted him to think I was offended.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a pretty good question
funny.
there. But in fairness to Kyle, I think he had spent the day before in the hospital with the hydration units. And
oh, wow.
So we prevailed in a tight one, but that was a fun match to play.
Yeah, I bet. All right, well, let's see if they can close this game one out. Nice job by Welsher there. Morario was there, but just not quite able to execute.
Comes a time when you're going to attack either Chris or Eve on their backhand, you better get it down. Because
Right.
they both have that two-hander that just sits that middle and can really bash
back.
it. It's a close one there.
It was, but it was out.
Yep, just out.
Yep, just out. Good inside out backhand there by Cargis.
10-10-2.
Lob serve there. Ooh. Missed return there by Morariu.
It's tough, not a super fast serve, but you
Yeah,
got the wind at
upset
your
with
back.
himself, yeah. Sometimes that can throw you off, especially if you're a hard hitter. It can be kind of a little harder to adjust to that ball.
Ooh, a little high.
Wow, able to
A little high, got away
come
with
out
it.
on top. That's a big first game there going to Welsher and Weinbach. So we're going to take a break here, and then we're going to come back and bring you game 2 from this gold medal match in our senior pro mixed doubles day here today here in Indy at the Indy Open. Back after this. Welcome back to the APP Indianapolis Open. Daniel Roditi here in the booth, joined by Rick Witzkin, our co-host for this weekend here at the Indy Open. We are joining the action here in this gold medal match for our senior pro mixed doubles bracket.
Well, Daniel, I got to tell you something. I'm hungry. And what I'm hungry for is playing out here on this court.
Yeah,
in this
I bet.
match.
It's hard to watch and not play.
It really is, and I know you're a competitor, and
yeah, I'm
you do
starting to
such
get
a great
used to
job. You really do. I mean, honestly, as good of a player as you are, you're a great commentator, and you know, I think the people really appreciate your wisdom. And I know you're a coach full time, and I do too. And I like both sides of the game. But boy, I wish I was out here right now.
Yeah, yeah. It is definitely different to be on this side of it.
So much like the first game, a good start for Morariu and Cargis.
Yep. I think they started off at 3-0 last time, and there it is, 3-0. Weinbach telling himself to focus as they, you know, they're, as we talked about earlier, you know, you try not to let up, but you're coming from the winner's bracket. Now you took game 1 after being down game point, right? So now you know the task is so difficult for the other team. Now they have to win 3 in a row,
right?
Which certainly not impossible. People have done it many times, but it does give you, gives you confidence. But there can be a little bit of a letdown maybe after taking that game 1 after being so close, right? So they have to make sure that they don't let that kind of snowball into letting that second game get away from them.
Yeah, and I think in addition to a letdown, you could just think, okay, I've got 3 chances at this, but what if I lose all 3 chances?
Yeah, exactly.
We've seen it happen plenty of times.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You're a competitor. I think closing anything out is one of the tougher things to do in sports.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to sit here thinking that, Mircea and Chris are going to die down.
Right.
Or let go of the match. I'm definitely not thinking that Eve and Dave just think they're going to run away with that. It's still going to be a battle here in game 2.
Yeah, I think the one of the things that I definitely have thought about is, little friendly fire there. Weinbach hitting Welsher in the face.
You won't see that. Won't see that every day. Better not happen to me tomorrow.
He might do it on purpose with you.
No, that's possible. If it's on purpose, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah, so what I was going to say is, I know a couple times coming through the winners bracket, if we have had a slow start, I feel like knowing that it's going to be a long match, we're okay. If we started off slow, we can come back into this match easily. We just need to not, get too frustrated, not get too down, since we know we're going to have a long match ahead. And so I think that's certainly one of the other positives of being in the winner's bracket, is knowing that if you start slow, you're going to have your chances to come back.
Yeah, 100%.
That is wide. Good eye there by Morario, letting that ball go, especially with the wind. That ball could have easily gotten pushed back in.
It's a nice exchange. Daniel, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
I'm a Indiana guy through and through, and certainly play indoors almost as much as outdoors due to the weather and temperature. And just wondered if you feel like there's an advantage being in a warmer climate that's outdoor year-round, being a windy, weather-conditioned player versus players that only get to play 4, 5, 6 months out of the year outdoors.
Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about it. I've been very fortunate to, both for tennis and for, the ATP's Open. Nice job there by Carr, just hitting that ATP. I've been in pretty much that weather my whole life, and so I guess I hadn't thought about it. But yeah, I would think that that's an advantage, right? You get to, especially now, most tournaments being outdoors. There used to be a time when I started playing pickleball, there were some indoor tournaments, quite a bit of them actually, and they've sort of gone away for the most part. Certainly indoors in a kind of wood floor facility, which I personally hate. Feel like it's not real pickleball, but
yeah,
I'm
with you.
I don't want to offend anyone out there who plays a lot indoors.
I'm going to agree with you. I think playing on a tennis court is much preferred and better on the body, and a little less luck and equalizing when you play on a true tennis bounce court.
Yeah.
But I will say that the tournament, I think, is most effectual of a northerner that's used to playing indoors going outdoors is U.S. Open. I can tell you from experience, when I don't get to practice outdoors and I go to Naples with one day before my first match in singles and it's 89 degrees and unseasonably hot and super humid, I feel sorry for all the northerners that go into that.
Right.
And the Floridians seem to really have no problem with the adjustment.
Right. Well, and it's, it's the heat, of course, the humidity, and it's also the fact they use the Franklin ball. So it's like, it's the ball's going to get really soft no matter what ball you use, but especially if you're using Franklin, it's going to be even softer. So in singles, that's really tough to have to put up with that heat and running around and then trying to hit the ball hard, which doesn't really go hard because it's too hot as the ball's too soft.
Correct.
Well, once again, we have Cargis and Morario with a slight lead here in game 2.
And once again, you see a high drive to the backhand two-hander that Chris loves to be ready for that and pound that. So if you're going to go to her backhand there, you better keep it low. That was a good body shot.
Yeah, that was better. It was more, it jammed her a lot
Jammed her,
more,
yeah.
so she wasn't able to swing out on that ball.
Yeah,
And then
she
of
wants to
course,
get to extension.
Yeah, Weinbach was able to close that out.
You know, that's a pretty vital technical concept, is getting to extension at impact. If you do that, it's a really good chance your grip pressure is accurate and your connection point's true. You catch anything kind of close or bent armed on volleys, it's a little tougher unless you're just going to go
Right.
limp wrist and reset. Once again, right into Eva's body. Jammed her.
Great reset
Great
there
reset.
by Welsher. Oh, almost feels like that wind just sort of held that ball up a little bit. Might have gone over if she put that ball maybe more in the middle. The wind just sort of pushed it.
5-4-1. Good deep serve. It's nice to hit a third off of a good deep serve.
Oh, good ball there, right at Weinbach's leg.
Don't you love when somebody says sorry with a smile from ear to ear?
Yeah. That's similar with the lead court sorry, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I've been commenting on that throughout the day, like, sorry, but I'm not really sorry.
Great half volley. Good defense here in the transition area. This is proof and point that transition area is not no man's land.
Exactly. Maybe
Mircha
maybe
should
it's
show
a
that.
little more no man's land in singles, but not
True,
in doubles. In
true.
doubles, you're really using that area to transition up or defend.
Two great defensive shots in the transition turned into movement up to the kitchen.
Right.
That's what you want to do. That's textbook.
Sun is starting to peek through, so I'm gonna.
It's a good medium speed roll volley at the toes. You guys see that? You can tell that that's going to be a tough ball for them to add pace to it, especially into the wind. So wise placement and momentum at a comfortable level.
Yeah, big swing there by Weinbach. Weinbach getting the ball deep to the card, just forehand, just not able to get it back. 4-7, still a 3-point lead. Wind really picking up. Welsher frustrated with herself there in that counter, trying to redirect the Carges attack, but just didn't do enough with it against Morario. Yeah, we see a couple balls again, jamming. Carges right, once on the forehand side, next time on the backhand side.
Yeah. It's happened to the ladies both in the last 4 points. You see them get the ball too close to their body, their weight transfers from their toes to their heels, and then the ball sits out.
Yeah.
Then the guys go in like rabid dogs going after a piece of meat.
Yeah, I needed to do more with that backhand win at Weinbach, but there just wasn't enough on it, and he's got such quick hands, of course.
And you sense the momentum has just shifted.
It's
from 4-7 to
6-7 now.
Once again, the use of those timeouts and with momentum swings is something you always have to be cognizant of.
Yeah, and certainly the mental side of it, right, is so big for Carges and that ball's just way too high. For Carges and Morario having given up that first game after having game point, right? So you're aware of that. You try to put that out of your mind, but you know that you had a game point. Now you had a good-sized lead in the second game, and now that's gone.
Yeah,
now it's 7-7, so it just mentally can be tough.
It's a good return. Wow. Great depth. One thing you definitely want to consider when you're hitting into the wind, like they are doing, Mircha and Chris, is thinking about a little more of a tightened grip pressure, so that ball is a true bounce off of that sweet spot where your wrist isn't flipping, manipulating, and sending it short. So if you looked at the technique at Chris's last backhand return, it was compact, grip pressure, firm, wrist action, firm, pressing all the way through to extension. That's why you're going to get deep returns into the wind.
Yeah.
It was pretty to watch. That being said, 8-7.
8-7, yeah.
Another run.
They've strung some points together here. I think they were down 7-4 maybe?
Correct, 7-4, yeah.
7-4 at the side out, and now they've come all the way back.
think it's good time for a timeout. I would have used one there too.
Yeah,
Smart.
absolutely. I was surprised they didn't call one even the point before.
Correct.
After they tied it up. Do you have a kind of a set thing, or is it more of a feel, a gut feel in terms of a timeout? Is it if we lose 3 in a row, I'm calling
Yeah.
a timeout? What is your approach?
I think it's a gut feel based on how my partner's feeling too.
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
also think being on the 1 or the 2 is very relevant. There's times where we might lose 2 or 3 points, but we're on the 2. And I feel like, okay, I'll do a little more on my return. And
Right.
if we don't get this one,
Right.
then we'll call it.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I think more the gut feel
Yeah.
makes sense, especially if you're on the 2.
Yeah.
Too many high balls.
Yeah, just too much there. I think we got a match point. Is that right? No, maybe not. 9-7. 9-7. 9-7. Trying to get to a match point here.
Put that gun back in the holster, Weinbach. Pretty sure the coach would say the cross court takes the middle, and that was Eva's ball. Ooh, timely lead court. There are so many matches where you feel like the lead courts go one way or another.
Yeah. Well, you always feel like they're going, that was out. That was
Just a
out.
missed return. They may want to consider a timeout.
That was out. That was out. That was out.
You go from 9-7, 1 serving, to 9-all, they're serving 1.
Yeah.
That's a time I would take
Yeah.
a timeout. Tough to read those high balls if they
Yeah,
go
it's
out
just-
into the winds. Probably wise that they're playing those. Dave thinks otherwise.
Wow, defense here by Carges.
Great defense.
Plows right into our.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That was
That is
amazing.
fantastic defense.
Carges.
Chris knocked over Daniel and Rick in the process.
Yeah, I know.
We still love her because she's from the Midwest. Now we got a game point the other way.
Oh, wow. What a shot. Incredible shot there by